and having the ability not to have to only choose one. If you could just give some thought process on that in terms of the concept of the African concept of African spirituality being that all things are created out of one or are part of one creation. Thank you.
You see, in every the creation story differs from each community to the other. Because even though we are all Aves, we still believe that we came from different, although we came from the same stock, but because there are so many different dialects in Ave, each community with a dialect may have their own story of how they came about. But we don't have that a biblical kind of creation where God created man and woman and put them somewhere, and then later I have read in some books and also listened to some videos, some Aves trying to explain that God created everybody and put them in a garden or in a walled place, and then later God told them that outside the wall there is sickness, poverty, and all these things, so they shouldn't go. But they disobeyed and they went across the over the sea. But these things are not a standard Ave story. They differ and they are very different from each community. So the Aves, as I have read and also listened to some people, came all the way from the Pacific, somewhere in Lemura. And I think Lemu is one of the lost continents in the distance. So that is one theory that Aves came from far away before they settled here. That's why when they settled near the River Volta, which we call Amu or Mu, the Aves call it Amu. So it is the remembrance of the home that they came from. That's what I have heard from some other discussions. Whether this is very true or not, I cannot tell because we don't have the what do you call it, the history of creation, how each person came, or how who was created first. No, I, I don't know much about that. The only thing we modern Aves, when I say modern Aves, is maybe about 300, 400, or 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, were believed to be living in some part of uh, West Africa within between Togo, between Ghana and Nigeria, where the Aves were living, and they were under one king called Agokoli, and that king actually, according to the oral stories and record, was very wicked towards the Aves. So the Aves decided to run away from his kingdom, and that's how we ended up here. And then the Aves talk also have, they were moving, they have the Gan Adangbe and the Aves, they were one group, but somewhere along the way, they broke away into another two or three groups, and some group left for coming always towards the Ghana, and some remained in Togo, but they left the kingdom. So we don't have this creation story. People are trying to make stories or create a story to suit the biblical creation of how man was created and God this and that. We have thousands and 1,000,001 gods. The only one we know has created human being is the Mau Ese. So, which garden did the Mau Ese have, or wall city that it had? No, I don't know very much about that. So, if I'm talking about it, I may be making mistake because there is no story that I have read from my childhood. We were all learning the creation story of the Bible, and that's what most Aves know. But the Ave typical creation story, I don't have any to give you.
Thank you. you actually gave something by not having something to give. So thank you. Each is his own. But the Eve, do you remember the name of the land area between Ghana and Nigeria, or Togo, you
That's
said?
what we call Noche. Noche. That's the area.
No.
The Noche. It's still there. The town is still there, or that kingdom is still there, and it has a chief or a king in charge now. And now the Aves try to go back to celebrate the festivals, and then also their a migration from that place to their current or present place. So there is a peace and unity between the Ave land and those kingdoms because they too they are Aves. So the town is called Noche, or Noche as it can be spelled in English. It's still there.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Was it the voodoo, Eve voodoo, that is practiced now, practiced in that area as well?
I'm not sure. Of course, every community has voodoo, but majority of Aves will rather go to church or yeah may rather become Christians, and few may choose to become Muslims. But no matter what, the base of our society is voodoo, but it is not promoted because of religious persecutions, and I may also say because of stupidity. People feel that if you are practicing traditional voodoo or every traditional spirituality, you are you are not complete. You are supposed to be behaving like a Westerner. Then that makes you complete, and that is what the missionaries brought to make people to feel incomplete. If you are not behaving like a European, then you are incomplete. Yeah. So the voodoo, there also sure there will be voodoo and all this, but maybe it will just be private things, or maybe the village or the community has a one voodoo festival, but I don't know. But most of the people who go to the festival are Christians, and at the end of the day, they end up their celebration with a church, whereby they bring in some pastor to come and pray for them, not a traditional priest, because that's a stupidity, but that's what it is.
Thank you, Papa.
You're
That
welcome.
is all for now.
Thank you, Baba Wakil. Thank you very much.
You have a question that we need to.
Okay, I'll ask another one,
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
In every voodoo, is the voodoo Papa Legba correct?
You mean if in every voodoo, if Baba Legba is what?
It is one of the voodoos in Airway Voodoo.
Yes, Legba. We don't call it Baba Legba. We just call it Legba. The Avis just call it
Okay,
Legba,
Legba.
not Baba Legba or Papa
Oh,
Legba, just as it is called in Yoruba and also in
Legba.
Legba. Yes, just Legba. So that's all the Avis call it.
Okay.
Legba,
So,
Legba, Legba is regarded as one of the children of Afa. That's how it is. That's how it is regarded in Ebe. But then all the children of Afa are voodoos or deities on their own. So the three major ones that when you become a Bokor, you are introduced to is Seregaji or Sengaji, or people call it Ase, which is the staff of the priest. It's a metal thing, and when you are walking with it, it makes sounds. That is the one. We call it Sengaji. And then there is the one we call Apeli, which means the foundation of your shrine or the foundation of your house. And then we have Aflagati, which is the what do you call it? The flag pole, which the French will call drapole, the flag pole. So plus Legba, these four deities of Afa are the ones that when you become an Afa Bokor or being initiated into Afa, you are usually given these ones in the beginning before. There are so many other Afa children in Ewe Voodoo that you will later slowly be introduced to if you want to. But the basic ones are Legba, Serengaji, Apeli, and Aflagati. These are the four that when you are just a new priest, it is you are introduced to these ones when you have been initiated. And then maybe as time goes on, you get to know others. For me, since I've been initiated into Afa for almost 15 years now, I had always had only these four as my major Afa deities that I work with. I don't have the rest of them because I had all my voodoos or majority of my voodoos before getting Fa. So I work closely with my voodoos and they actually do the work for me. And as far as I am, is a divination tool to be able to tell me what to do and which voodoo to work with to bring changes. So that is what I do. But people have many other Afar deities, but I don't have many. I have only few. But then for now, it is okay for me. I'm working with them.
Thank you. And that's the transition into my question originally. Legba.
Okay. So
And as they were doing this, Legba always kept outside.
yes,
And if so, why?
Legba is always kept outside, but then there are different types of Legba. Okay, Afa Legba, which is the one that when you get fa, they will create that for you. Then there is the Voodoo Legba, which is nothing has nothing to do with Afa. So the Voodoo Legba sometimes stays in the house, but then it will be in front of one shrine like a zoo, man, where you do your spiritual things. But the Afa Legba, the main Afa Legba is usually created and is supposed to be outside your gate or your door. But in certain cases, the same Afa Legba that is placed at the gateway can also be made in such a way that it becomes a Legba that you can travel with so that you can move from one place to another. So when you get to your destination, you put it in front of your gate or your door, and then you can start to work with it. But because people may steal it for these days, it is possible people may come and steal it or destroy it. So people keep it indoors. But it doesn't matter. It knows what it's doing. It is powerful enough because when Legba is set up for you, it is powerful enough to be able to work for you. It is not like just buying from the shop and you call it Legba because you call it Legba, so you think it's Legba. Legba must have all the herbs and necessary things and the rituals that go into it before it becomes Legba. So even if it's at the gate, that's where it's supposed to be at the main this at the gate. That's where your legba is supposed to be. There are some that we call edu legba, which means it's a legba for the whole community. Those edu legba are usually placed at the gate or the entrance of the community so that everybody that will enter the community, they will pass buy the Legba before entering the community. So there are so many forms of Legba. So I don't know whether do Legba is actually a far Legba or not, but there is the Afar Legba which I have in front of my gate. It's an Afar Legba, but I have another Legba at one of my shrine, which we call a Zume Legba. It is different from the Afar Legba because the things that form it are totally different from the one that's formed the Afar Legba. So in every voodoo and in every fa, we have a Legba, and there are different Legba, but Afar will give you, when you are initiated, they give you the 4 basic deities that can work with you. But Legba is supposed to be at the gate to prevent negative things from entering the house, and at the same time to bring good luck into the house. You will be hearing one of the Legba. There is a audio that we are going to play. I don't know whether you people will be, they're going to play it on Facebook, and it's going to talk about someone who came during our last year end of year rituals, who came and then stood in front of the Legba before entering the house and asked for something. And when before coming into the house, that okay, I'll play the audio. You people listen, and then you see how Legba is. Legba should be powerful enough to be able to grant requests, because everything in Afar that we do in Afar way, Legba is the one that takes that problem and send it into the psychic world for the spirits to solve. So Legba is always outside, it's supposed to protect and prevent negative things from entering your premises. Is there audio? Okay, play the audio now. We're going to play audio, and I don't know whether you people can.
Papa, I have a promise I'll have to fulfill, but I would like to let you in on it so you would know. So I book an appointment on when to come. Papa, I have a promise I'll have to fulfill, but I would like to let you in on it so you would know. So I book an appointment on when to come. On the 31st night, I made my mind I would do that when next we come for, like maybe the middle of year ceremony or maybe the end of year ceremony of this year. But the last 31st night that we did, before entering the house, I made a prayer to the gods outside. Okay, right at the left side of the entrance, no, and I asked it to help me acquire or get myself a car by the end of this year. And lo and behold, the year even didn't, like, it didn't get anywhere. Within the second month, that's around February, I was able to get myself a car. And while I was making that prayer, I made a promise that if it should help me get the car, I would provide a beef eater and some cash to the house for it. And truly, on February, the second month of the year, this year 2022, I was able to get myself a car. Yeah, so like I wanted to do that on the 31st, but I feel like letting you know if maybe that can be done earlier on before 31st, or I should wait, then present the like the promise that I made, that I'll provide like 2 bottles of beefeater and a little cash for the house, if it could help me like get myself a car, because I've been struggling to get the car for like 4 years and I can't, so I've like really it worked like like magic, like, yeah. So I wanted to keep it for myself till the 31st, and I have witnesses. So because there was this one guy standing just at the entrance with some eyeglasses. He saw me, making the prayer, and he told me even to enter. And I said, "Oh, I'm coming. I'm just making a request before I enter." So I even have a witness to that. When I come, I'll actually point him out, so you see him. Then maybe he would get to understand the reason why I kept a little bit longer at the entrance before entering the house. Yeah, so I told Senna about it, and he told me to let you know, so we know how it goes. Thank you.
Baba Wakiri, are you still there? I think Baba Wakiri is not on here now. No, this one is okay.
No, Papa, he left.
Okay. Okay. So he was asking question on Legba, why Legba is placed outside, and then I was trying to explain. So there was this incident last 31st when we were celebrating our end of year ceremony. There is this gentleman who is a part of the shrine. He comes every 31st or mid-year to join us.
I'm here.
Okay, okay. So he comes every 31st and sometimes mid-year to join us when we do our mid-year rituals, Thanksgiving. So last December 31st, when we were doing the rituals, he came. So according to him, before he entered the house, because my Legba is at the gate, so he decided to stop a while at the Legba and make a silent request to Legba that he wanted to get himself a car by the end of this year 2022. And if Legba could help him get a car by the end of the year, he will bring 2 bottles of Beefeater dry gin plus some cash to give to the shrine. So he sent me a message yesterday that, Papa, I wanted to disclose this to you, that I made a pledge to Legba on the 31st, and in February this year, just barely 2 months after the 31st December rituals, I was able to get myself a car because that was my request to the Legba at the gate. So he was letting me know that his request had not even reached a half year. Just 2 months into his request to Legba, he was able to get answers. He didn't do any ritual or whatsoever, but within his own heart, he knew that Legba is a powerful deity, and he made his own personal pledge to the Legba, and Legba has delivered. So in every voodoo, and I think in many other voodoo, Legba is usually at the gate. That's why some people may not even enter your shrine, but they may go to Legba at the gate and dump their problems or ask for opportunities and make a pledge that when the thing comes, they will come. So someone can walk into your house and tell you that, oh, I made a pledge to your Legba and it has delivered. So these are my, I'm coming to redeem my pledge. So Legba, especially Afa Legba, is always at the entrance. And then at Dulegba, also, most of them should be at the entrance of the village.
Thank you, Papa.
Welcome, welcome.
I had got off Clubhouse to listen to the audio.
Okay,
Facebook
okay,
Live.
okay. Thank you very
So
much.
excuse me when you were calling.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's fine. That's
I
fine.
appreciate the full explanation and the audio as well. Very enriching to receive.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And
Yes,
then,
Papa.
yes, go ahead, Shamba.
Yes, Papa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you. Go ahead. Shamba's mic is off, right?
It says poor connection.
Poor connection. Wait.
Yes, Papa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is it okay? Go ahead, Shamba.
Papa.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to ask you some questions about talk about Senegaji, and I wanted to know if the Senegaji has its own invitation as well.
Yes, the Seregaji also has its own incantation. It goes like this: Seregaji, Aforekato, Meyiwonu Afoveto, Achereku Achere, Bokor Fetu. Means Aforekato Meyiwonu Afoveto. Means the person on one standing on one leg says he can work more harder than people who are standing on two legs. And it is also called the weapon of the priest, the Bokor tu, which means the gun of the priest. Even though it is just a walking stick, it is regarded as a very powerful and very serious instrument or weapon. There are so many things that I have learned about Seregaji even before getting far. And these things, I cannot teach them on open. I can only teach my student one on one because in the wrong hand, it can cause a lot of havoc to other people. So, but you have your Seregaji already, right? Bokor Shamba.
Yes,
You have your Legba also made, right?
yes,
So you have almost your everything set. So maybe one day you just when you locate yourself properly, you plant them in the ground just like how I did mine, and then put your leg bar at the gate or because your leg bar is a traveling leg bar, so it can just be at your the door or at the before people enter the room or in the corner of the your room before people no when people enter it can be at the corner near the door so that you don't leave it outside whereby somebody will steal it.
yes. Thank you, Papa. And I want to get a pen.
The apeli, yeah, apeli can be made, but then it must be made in the house. It's not like labor that you can move. Ape means house or home, and li means to uh, uh, to make something firm. So apeli is that which makes the house or your house or your shrine firm. So once you get a place where you decide to stay and stay there for long, then apeli can be done for you. Then it will be there.
Okay, thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Shamba. I'm going on to YouTube to read Togbe Jigbezansi Soka's greetings. Greetings and good day, Papa. Boko Enuledo. Thank you very much, Boko Jigbezan Enuledo. I'm very grateful that you have time to join. Very grateful. Okay, we have Lillian Gladstone on Facebook saying, good afternoon, Papa. How do you do? Lillian, how do you do? Thank you very much for joining us. And then again, Lillian Gladstone continued by saying, Papa, please, I'm still seeing snakes. The big snake I saw appeared again in my dream. And Papa, I'm not a fan of movies from where I'm not a fan of movies. From where I come from in Togo, we have deities but don't know their recent names. Recently, I learned it is a snake nobody kills a python. Okay, a togbi dagbi, togbi dagbi. That's how it will be called. That is a snake that the aves do not kill. It's a python, like what they call the golden African golden python or the golden African python. It's called Togbi Dagbi, and aves who are involved into voodoo and maybe into Fa or Yeve do not kill this snake. Is regarded as a deity. So the python deity. That's why the town, the country which is now called Benin, used to be called in Ewe Dahomey. That was the name. Dahomey means the home of snakes in Ewe, Dahomey, and it means home of snakes. So the Ewes do not kill the golden African golden python, even if it is dead. Yes, you are very right. Even if it is, you see it dead, you either have to cut some leaves to cover it, or you must find a place to bury it. That's very true for us. Please bring the this thing down small. Let me see the name proper. No, no. Yeah, Lillian is saying so. Yes, you are very right. The part of the evil are not only in Togo, unless of course those who are Christians, they are the one who do not regard that. But any other evil in Voodoo do not kill the African golden python. I have even posted something on my personal Facebook page today, where the whole team of security officers in Benin have gone to the shrine, and each one have to swear by the snake, that very snake, the golden African golden python. They have to put it on your neck. You are in your uniform as a soldier or custom chiefs, and then you make a swear, you swear, and they put on all the officers there. This is so that means when you make a mistake, the voodoo that snake belongs to. If you steal government money, it can kill you. So they are no more taking Quran or Bible. Beginning to use some traditional keys for you as an officer who is going to be working for government, helping the people, must swear by that voodoo. So it's on my personal Christopher Voncujovi's page, and you will see it, which is very interesting. It was one of our fans in Australia, Nana Ajay, was the one who sent that video to me, and I was even surprised myself because I don't want to be playing other people's videos on my program, because sometimes they are reporting to Facebook or to YouTube that we are using their content, so I cannot play their videos. I can only play the videos that I generated myself. Otherwise, I would have liked them to play it for you, but to what would they call it? Eh? Copyright listen. So I don't know who made that video, and there's no way I can contact them like today. But if in the future I am able to, but if you want to see it, you can go onto my personal Facebook page, and you will see a snake, that very snake, the African golden python, being placed in the necks of the military people. So, as Lillian was saying that I learned it is a snake nobody kills.
I've linked the video on the Clubhouse.
Okay, the Python video.
Yeah, the video of them swearing in Benin.
Yeah, okay, good.
I think it's on Facebook. So for those on Clubhouse, I've linked it at the top so you can take it.
Good, good, good. Thank you, thank you. So I think Africa has to come back to those things. But anyway, Lillian, that's very true. So if you have been seeing this snake in your dream continuously, there is a possibility that in your home, your ancestors may be coming from Yeve, the original spiritual cult of the Eve is called Yeve. And then it is in Yeve that we have Tohono, Hebiaso, Tokosu, Mami, and Voodoo Dam, and all these things are from that Ewe root of spirituality. That is not originally from Fa. That is actually from Yewe. So there is a high possibility that your ancestors on either side of the family, maternal or paternal, or maybe even both, had the voodoo or the snake goddess in their line. So this may be like a call to you to find out more from your family. If there is any snake goddess or god in your family, you may need to attend to it, because if it kept showing itself to you continuously, it is an invitation to you to turn your face towards your home to ask more questions. So Lillian, I will advise you that you should call home, or if you call some elders, your mother, your father, or anybody who is an elder, to tell them or to ask if there was a Yeve voodoo or Yeve Bo, like the Yeve shrine within the family at any time in their generation or along in their ancestral generation. Then when you identify that, we can still talk on, and then I'll give you advice on what to do. Thank you very much, Lillian. Okay, please move the cursor. Then we have Jane Tiffany Mamisawa Akofu saying in the US, saying that good afternoon, Papa. Good afternoon, Mami Sawa. How are you? Thank you very much for joining the section. Yeah. And then we have our sister Vivian Baka in the USA. Please, Papa, talk about Togbe Jopata and why it is important to be initiated. Okay, Lily, Vivian, you see, Tomo Jopata is one of the deities that I worked with for many years. And inside Tomo Jopata, we have so many other voodoos inside one voodoo. It's like a union of different Ewe voodoos that form what is called Jopata. I cannot mention all of them, but I know inside Tobe Jopata we have a voodoo like Sapata, Anyimbato, or which the Yoruba call Babaluaye. We have that one. We also have a voodoo like Tigeri, which is more of a northern spirit Tigeri inside Jopata. We have a voodoo like Togbe Avakpe, which is also inside Togbe Jopata. We also have Togbe Ajima inside Jopata. We have Zubo, we have Luluti. We have so many different voodoos that all form what we call Jopata. So Jopata is a very strong deity, and not many people have this voodoo in our Ewe land. I would say not many people have this voodoo in our Ewe land. So when you mention the name Jopata, a lot of times people think you are saying Jakpata. Jakpata is a snake, but Jopata is a deity, it's not a snake, it's a deity. And I've been working with it for almost 20, I had it for almost 30 plus years. But when I came back to Ghana, I set up its own shrine and I work with it. Tobe Jopata is a protective, this in the word Jopata means things of sudden happenings. Anything that happened suddenly or without you planning for it. That's the kind of times that the voodoo Jopata or Tobe Jopata or the deity Jopata will appear to take you out of such a situation. So it's a voodoo that can communicate with you. It can even mention your own name. It shows you so many signs when it's working with you. When things are not going on well, you will see that the bracelet that represents Jopata, if what we all wear, and that's also the symbol of our shrine. Uh, uh, when things are not going on well, when you are in a very dark mood, the bracelet changes color. And when things are getting better, you will see that the bracelet will begin to shine again. Jopata brings good luck to people and increase your uh, 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 ability to be able to shine so other people can see you in whatever profession you are doing and in any society that you are, if that is your aim. And it guides you and yeah, it guides you and protects you. That's what I would say. But I prefer people who got Jopata, who got initiated into Jopata. Either you get the full initiation or you got the partial initiation. The full initiation can only be done when you are physically here. But the partial initiation is when we empower the Jopata seeds and the bracelet and do all the rituals and then send it to you wherever you may be. Then when you swallow the seeds, and then I will give you the incantation, and then you repeat it after me. And then if you are very lucky, the Jopata bracelet, no matter where you are, you may start to feel that there is some energy, and sometimes it can even vibrate you without you being in my presence. So it depends. It depends on individuals. So Jopata is a good energy to align yourself with. This same energy we are calling Togo Jopata in our Ewe language is the same energy that is called Archangel Kamiel. Kamiel, Khameal. Some people call it Samuel. Some people spell it Camael. Some spell it Samael, and all this thing. That energy is said that the energy that wages war to end war, or yeah, so it's a universal energy. But then at our shrine, it's called Togo Jopata. And not many people have this voodoo in Ghana. People may have a different form of it, and there are even people with that family name Jopata. But the voodoo is, I've not really met it anywhere apart from where I got it from. And I've not uh, uh, met it anywhere. So if you see Jopata with anybody with the name Jopata, it is either through me or from me that the person got to know about that voodoo. So, and it has been a trustworthy voodoo for me and my family until now. And we are with it, we depend on it because it's a spirit or a deity to depend on. You can trust. So, Vivian, I think that's all that I can say. And when people have their own experiences, they can tell their own story. But for me, that's what I can say. Okay, move the cursor up again. Thank you very much, Vivian Baka. And then we have our big sister Afidara here. Say hello, Tommy. Greetings from Putin, Germany. It has been quite some time since I last tuned in. Thank you very much, Sister Afi. I'm very grateful that you tuned in. Hope you are doing well. And how is your daughter? Uh, my regards to all your friends and to your daughter as well. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful that you tuned in. May the ancestor continue to help you. And the book that you have written, is it also in English? I don't know if it is in English. I would like to read the book. Thank you. And then we have Lillian Gladstone and Lillian Gladstone is again saying, and Papa, please, there are times I'll dream and my beard has grown full and long, and other times I see my hair full and extremely long. His dream mostly appears thrice. This dream mostly appears thrice in a year. There are also there are also times I'm seeing albinos and white people interacting with me, but I don't get the message. What could this possibly mean, Papa? Okay, Lillian, is it Lillian?
Yes, sir.
Lillian Gladstone. I think, as I was saying, you should first ask whether you people had Yeve at your in your family, Yeve or the shrine of Yeve at your family. That will be the beginning. And when you get that answer, then from there we can take it on to find out what has happened to the deities that were in the Yeve shrine at your family Yeve shrine. If no, then we will have to go back and see whether any of your great 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 ancestors had once been a Yeve priest or priestess. We need to find all these things. And then the last one I could say is you have to do a reading to find out exactly what these things that have been showing themselves to you, what do they mean? Because if I am going to explain to you what they mean, I will not reach the bottom because I don't know your background and I cannot just explain things when I don't know your background. But then the little I could say is that either your ancestors had something to do with the Eve cult of the Yeve cult. I don't know whether you have heard it before, Yeve. Maybe they have had something to do with that, and that's why you are seeing these snakes and albinos and all kind of things. There must be some spiritual interference or interaction with you, so that's why it is. So find out from your family what the root of the family is, because you know we are our ancestors. We are the same very people who die and come back as new people. So there must be something connected to you. So thank you very much. And Lillian again. Lillian Gladstone is again saying, last time I dreamt I attended a festival and the snake was brought out. It went around everyone, but when it got in front of me, it didn't move but glided onto my head. It doesn't scare me, Papa, but I'm worried. My worry is is there anything I need to do? That those are the things you need to do. You have to find out because when you're having a dream continuously, and the dream keep repeating itself and the same things, you must do a reading or go back home and ask your ancestors, ask your fathers, your grandfathers, your fathers, your mothers, to know the background of your birth. And this is sometimes it is also possible that you may not be, your ancestor may not be having any Yeve shrine or Voodoo da shrine, but they probably, your mother or somebody who probably had gone to a shrine to ask for a child, and then maybe it was a snake shrine that they have gone to ask for your birth, and that is why you are saying this thing. And you know, sometimes when you ask for a child from the voodoo or from the deities, when that child is born, the child is not supposed to shave their hair like in the Bible when Elizabeth was asking for a child and she got a child like the John the Baptist. They told the Elizabeth, the Zachariah or somebody told Elizabeth that what do you call it? No razor. That spirit told the priest to tell Elizabeth that no razor should touch the head of that child. Means the child's hair should not be shaven. It should grow wide, like what you call today as rasta. It has been in our cultures, it has been in every culture long before Bob Marley and the Wailers were born, long before Haile Selassie I was born. So, uh, being dreaded, even in India, we have dreaded monks, where we have them in almost every culture. So, It is not the Rasta people who brought this hairstyle. It has been there in our cultures long ago, but maybe they popularized it by everybody having that hair, and now people say it's a religion. I don't know how, but in our cultural setup, like in Ewe, in my Evedome area, we call it Takplai. It has been there, and I think the Yorubas call it Dada, and it's been like that. So it's been in our African culture long before Bob Marley and his group and people who are the followers of Haile Selassie the first was born. So you must find out from your background how your birth came about. Because even at my shrine here, women who are not giving birth to children sometimes come and ask for gods to help them get pregnant and have a child. And sometimes they are lucky, their first child will be twins. They born twins straight away. So that means they owe allegiance to this shrine, where this child owes an allegiance to the shrine. But what happens most of the time is that once they got the child and they have their babies, they don't come to the shrine anymore. They don't introduce the children to the shrine anymore. They don't even want to come closer to anything called tradition. But as you grow old, if you are a child of a spirit or a child of a deity, the deity will surely be showing itself to you. Like you were saying that sometimes your hair will grow very long, sometimes your beard will grow very long. So ask your parents if they are still alive. If they are not alive, go for a Bokor to do a reading for you so that you can find out about yourself. Thank you very much, Lillian Gladstone. And then we have our big sister Oluchi Osuoke saying again, peace and love, Papa, and to all the family. Thank you very much, big sister Oluchi. I'm very grateful that you joined the listen. We have our sister Bella Jidefo Bacha saying greetings. Hello, Bella. How are you? How are you and your husband? How is the little king or queen? How are they doing? Thank you very much for joining the program. And then we have a big sister Afidara. Hello, Toby. Glad to be able to join this section. What does it mean to fight your mother in a dream? Your own mother in a dream, fighting your mother in a dream means there must be some misunderstanding. So, if your mother is still alive, you may call her and tell her that you saw her in your dream and you were quarreling. But if she is not, then you need to ask other people. But I believe very strongly having fighting your mother in a dream has got a lot of things to do with some unsettled situation between you and her, and that could be the reason why you are fighting her in a dream. And if there's any misunderstanding between you and her, then please try to settle. But if there isn't any, and you are seeing her in your dream and she is quarreling or you are quarreling with her, then it may also mean that she may not be the person. Maybe somebody else is using her face to represent your mother's face, or using your mother's face to represent herself. So you need to go a little bit deeper. But first, speak to your mother or the people who are close to you, to closer to you and to your mother, to tell them what you saw in your dream. And I believe strongly there will be some answers. Then we have a Lustig. Yes, a good afternoon, Papa. Such a lovely week. Thank you very much. I am very grateful that everybody is here. And yes, it was a very lovely week. But we are now in E levy in Ghana. So anybody from now, when you send money to me, either through from outside or from Ghana, so long as it is an electronic transfer, you need to put 1.5% of the amount so that the government can take that. It's an electronic levy now put on any transaction that you use your phone, your I think your phone to transact and anything electronic. I don't know whether ATM machines are also uh, uh, in it, but they are also electronic. But I don't know whether they are in. But at least the phone, wallet to wallet and transaction, mobile money, you have to pay 1.5% to the government and another 1.5% to the telephone company that is operating the business. And then we have Lillian Gloss says, yes, Papa, there is a snake goddess in my paternal home in Togo. Kindly advise me, Papa. Thanks a lot. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So means that there is a snake goddess or a voodoo da. So what you would do is that if there is a way you can call your home, ask them or call someone who is closer, ask them what is the taboos, and maybe you are doing something that the goddess is not liking, or there is a situation that is around you, the goddess is trying to reveal to you so that you can uh, get out of it. So first thing, call home and try to find out more about the snake goddess, yeah, which is Boduda. And when you find out more, we can do a reading for you here at African Magic Temple or anywhere you wanted to make a reading to find out more. And then maybe there will be rituals that they can do for the snake goddess or to show its good face and bring abundance to, because the snake goddess is actually a blessing to a lot of families. But because in the Bible they say snake is evil, people see anything which is good for Africans to be evil. So in our culture, the snake goddess is not evil, but then of course in Christianity it's evil. And I believe very strongly in Hinduism, the snake goddess and gods are not evil. But I don't know how, I don't know why in Christianity snake become evil. Meanwhile, all the medical and all the things use snake as their symbol of health and healing. So how can evil be hidden? I don't know. But then I'm not the one who wrote the Bible, so I cannot tell why snake became evil. Then we have Emmanuel Bass Knight. Hello, Baba. I saw one of your shows where you expressed the importance of giving a spirit a tax to confirm if it wants to work with you. In January 2021, I had a dream where I met the collective African ancestry spirit in the US in a foggy forest. They told me what to call them and where to find them. Last month, I needed a new laptop. The weather was exactly like it was in my dream a year before. So when it was foggy, I went to the forest, I prayed and I asked for a laptop. I got two laptops. So now I'm building a relationship with this spirit my mentor and friends have never heard of. Do you have any advice as I go through this process of learning about spirit that is unfamiliar to others? Emmanuel Basnight, there are so many spirits that are unfamiliar to others. I think I kept saying that every time here. That there are spirits that are with certain people and no one in the world had heard about that spirit before or even know the name before. So this is a gift that you are able to find a spirit that is ready to work with you. So if the spirit wants to work with you in this case, uh, you must ask questions to the spirit itself. That if it's going to work with you, should you set up an altar for it, or you should only go into the forest when it wants you to go and pray. Even if you set up an altar, you may still have to go to the forest because that's where it has revealed itself to you. And now that you made a wish and your wish come true, that there's a high possibility that there is a spirit that is trying to work with you. pour libation to it, since you said they gave you their name, pour libation to their name every day. And then from time to time, go into the forest and pour libation. And I think the rest will become history. Thank you very much. Yeah. Your friends don't need to know about a spirit before spirit become a real spirit. Spirit are their own thing. So people may not have heard about them, and it is not for you to be bragging that I have a spirit. The spirit knows that you can work with them. That's why they are showing themselves to you. Thank you. And then I have a Renal Idubo. My humble greetings to you, our great teacher, Papa. We love you and we are grateful for your amazing teaching, Papa. Thank you very much, Renal. I'm very grateful for that compliment. May God and the ancestors continue blessing all of you. Then we have Vivian Bakar in the US again. Says, thank you, Papa. I think on what she wanted me to talk about Jopata, which I did a little bit. But then Vivian, you yourself, you have to have your own experience and then you tell your story tomorrow. Thank you very much. Then we have Lauren Vlogman. Good afternoon, Papa. I had a dream of a small black snake, and when I went to touch it to chase it, it turned into F word. I was not fearful or anything. What do you think this? What do you think of this, Papa? Thank you. Lauren Vlogma. I'm not sure. I cannot tell what that dream is that a snake turned into an F word. I don't know how, but that's a dream. Of course, it's a dream. So maybe you should be careful, or yeah, you should not be afraid, but be careful. Maybe some big matter or some big legal issue or some issue that you are so scared of in physical world may turn out to be nothing at all that can harm you. So please, but be careful and be watchful, and you will be able to understand what you saw in your dream. Thank you very much. Okay, Lillian Gladstone again is saying, yesterday in my dream I was gifted a sack of cowries. Does this mean good luck? I don't know. I don't know whether cowries, when you are gifted in a dream, means good luck. But cowries represent spiritual things, as well as in the olden days it was used as an exchange for commodities and goods. So if you see cowries in your dream, maybe it could be for a good luck. I cannot be sure and say it's a good luck. And if tomorrow no good luck then for you, you say, oh, you said that it was a good luck. Please, I don't know. But in the past, cowries were used as a mode of transaction between one person and another in exchange of goods. And then in our modern day, cowries represent spiritual monies. So it could be, it may mean a good luck or a bad luck. I cannot tell. Is somebody on Zoom? Yes, we have someone on Zoom. Okay, so let's get the person on Zoom. If the person on the Zoom is there, you can. Okay, so let's get the person. A person talking.
No, it's not talking. But I can hear you.
Yes, if there's a person on Zoom wanted to communicate, please go ahead. Okay, just put that one off and let's go on to other things.
You go to YouTube.
Okay, go to YouTube and let's see if there's people there. Yes, there are so many people here on YouTube now. We have Anthony X here. Do Freemasons take an oath to keep the black man down in America? Oh, Mr. Anthony X, I'm not a member of the Freemasons, and I don't know what kind of oath they take. So I cannot answer that question to your satisfaction because I don't know. I'm not a member. So I cannot say that they do take an oath to keep the black man down in America. Then we have Mark Perrier. Say, good afternoon, Papa. I see a lot of elder men in Ghana. Some are 80 years with excellent eyesight. Do you have medicine to improve, enhance eyesight? I'm 40 plus, so the small letters are difficult. No, I'm not having any medicines for the eyesight. Even me myself, sometimes I wear eyeglasses. When it becomes necessary, I wear eyeglasses. Me myself, I read things by increasing the font. I don't strain my eyes just because I want to prove that I have good eyes. No, I don't do things like that in my life. Whatever is not good for me, I don't force myself to prove to other people. If you cannot see the letters are small, then you have to use glasses whereby your glass can magnify the letters for you to be able to see. But if you're on phone, you can increase the size of the font. Is it font?
Yes, please.
You can increase the size of the font so that you can meet what your eyes can see easily without straining yourself. That's what life is. You don't need to prove anything to anybody. It's your life. Thank you very much, Mike Pereira. And then we have Anthony X again. My girlfriend had dreamed a white snake bit her but wasn't venomous. I don't know. Why snake today? Is it today is snake day? Yeah, I don't understand what white snake beat somebody. But then you and your girlfriend should be very careful if she does she will get pregnant. That's what you should know. But why I know that when snake chases you in a dream, if you're not very careful, you either get pregnant or you get someone get pregnant. So you should watch out for that. Thank you. According to the AV Dream translation, then be careful. And we have SB saying, hello, Bokor, Christopher, Voncujovi, and AMT family. I would like to hear your thoughts about uh, uh, why.
It seems the internet network started again. That's just for the Zoom, but the other ones are working.
Okay.
We are getting.
I would like to hear your thoughts about trance and how is it is manifest in every spirituality. Thank you. Okay, in every spirituality, trance is usually when the spirit come upon another person, or for a better English word, when a spirit mounts a person. The person is no more he himself or herself, and it will be able to prophesy or tell about things yet unknown to people. Maybe there's a secret that is hidden. It can also reveal that and also tell about the future and the past as well. So that's how every trance is. It's a spirit who will mount you, and then when the spirit mounts you, the spirit takes over your mental control and sometimes your physical control as well, and the spirit will use that one for the time that it is on top of you, it is in control of you, and then use that to teach people. That's what usually happens in every trance. Yeah. It is usually the spirit that you don't need to take drugs or anything to enhance trance. it's natural when spirit comes upon you, you can go into trance. But then our trance is not like going to sleep. You are going to be awake, and yet still you will be acting very strangely from your normal self. And most of the things you may say, if it's a proper spirit, if it's not a drama, then those things will surely come to pass. And then we have Juliet A saying, "Good afternoon, Bokor. I'm always happy to catch your Sunday sessions and learn. Thank you. Hope you are doing well and in good health." Yes, Juliet, I am fine and we are all fine. Thank you very much for asking. And how are you and your team? Thank you very much. We are very grateful that you joined the section. That's all for YouTube.
Yes, please.
Okay, so is there anybody on Zoom wanted to ask? I said, is there anybody on Clubhouse wanted to ask any question?
Hi, Mr. It's Dio. I just woke up, so I'm a little foggy today. Dio calling from I'm on Clubhouse from Los Angeles.
Okay, Zil, welcome to Clubhouse.
Can you hear
Thank
me?
you very much for joining the section.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, it's sleeping, Denver. I just wanted to ask you about crystals. Are crystals something that are used in any type of rituals or have any practical purpose?
No, in AV Voodoo and in Voodoo in general in community or where I come from, we don't use crystals. We don't even know what crystals are. We don't know. I know other spiritual disciplines from other cultures use crystal, but the AV Voodoo or Voodoo in general, I don't see crystals being used. If you see anybody practicing Voodoo and saying that they are using crystal, then that means the person might have learned that from about crystal from another background.
Okay.
For instance, myself, I have a crystal ball which I use for gazing, for gazing or for looking or just for reading, just like how I'll use the mirror and to read, and also to use the divination chain to find about people. I have a crystal ball too, apart from the magic mirror and the divination chain. So I use which I feel comfortable to use at the time when there happen to be a reading. So, and it's been a very long time I've not even touched my crystal ball. But a crystal ball, listen, is not a common thing in, or the use of crystals is not a common thing in Voodoo. It's coming from, I think, Asian and European backgrounds.
Good.
Yes, anybody wanted to say anything? Okay, we go on to Facebook again. Lillian Gladstone is again saying, "Papa, please, what does it mean to see yourself bathed with powder and dancing among priests with dada or dreadlocks?" I don't know. You see, all the dreams that you are having is pointing to a kind of a spiritual life. If you are already not in spirituality or uh, uh, yeah, if you are not already deep in spirituality, I think you should check from your ancestors for home and check from the family and see if there's anything they can do to enhance your spiritual development. Because powder is usually used by priests to smear their face and bodies when they are doing rituals, especially in voodoo rituals. And as I said earlier, most people who were born through the help of spirits do not are not supposed to cut their hair and then their beards. They are supposed to be dada or dread. or taklai, as the Aves may call it. So when you are seeing all these things, I think it's time you begin to go back home and ask your ancestors, or go back to your ancestral home and find out about your birth and your background. Thank you very much. Then we have a big sister Oluchi also. Okay, so Papa is asking why snake today. Peace and love. Yeah, because I don't know, everybody is talking about snake. Eh? Is it today is snake day? That's why I'm asking. But every day is special. Every day is a different thing. So maybe today is a snake day. That's why everybody talking about seeing snake in dreams, seeing snake chasing them, snake biting. Why? Why plenty snake today? Today is first May. Why snake? Are we in the month of snakes? I don't know. Okay, I think we have exhausted the questions on YouTube and Facebook. Do we have any question on Clubhouse?
Or, hello, Mr. King.
Yes, Azil.
Oh, this is about the Zonto math, the Zonto math, if you can talk about that at all. So beautiful to see.
Our network, the voice is shaky. The network is not
Uh,
great.
okay, question on Zoom or somewhere else so you can see it. You can't hear me, but asking if you could talk about the Zonto masquerade.
Talk about what?
Zambeto, the Zambeto, Zambeto, the when the masquerade costume where dancer spins around in circles.
I don't know whether I know so much about that. Uh, uh,
Oh, okay.
I don't think I know anything about that.
I think that you mentioned before that it is something. It's for the ancestors.
What cycle is it? Maybe I'm not hearing exactly what
Can
you
you
are
hear
saying.
me?
Yes, now it's a little bit better.
Okay. Yes, I was asking about what the Zambeto is for. What is the
Zangbeto.
ritual or the dance
Okay,
for?
okay. I see the way you were
Yes.
pronouncing it is a little bit. I couldn't get your listen. It's Zangbeto.
Oh. Oh. Yes.
Zangbeto.
That one.
Okay, Zangbeto is a kind of masquerade in Ewe or Fon voodoo that people say that the voodoo itself comes out in the in public and start to dance among people and running after people or people running after it. That is Zangbeto. You see, the word Za in Ewe and For means night. So when they say Zangbeto means a night person, a spirit of the night generally. Zangbeto is supposed to be the spirit of the night, which is a spirit that walks uh, comes out at night. And then we have the opposite of Zangbeto called Kelegbeto. Kelegbeto. But here we have Zangbeto coming out.
Mm.
Here we have now Zangbeto coming out in the daytime. And we don't see any Kelegbeto again. So I don't understand. Unless the word is turned upside down, I cannot. Because that spirit is supposed to come out only at night. That's why it's called Zangbeto. A human being that comes out at night. Zangbeto. That's the word. Zangbeto. Beto means human being. Zang means night. But then we have, as I said, Kelegbeto means a spirit that can come out at daytime. So now everything we say, they say Zangbeto, Zangbeto. So why should Zangbeto be coming out at daytime? That alone should give you some sense of thinking and say, why? They call the thing night spirit. Why is it every day is coming out in the daytime and turning itself around in a circle and turning around in a circle? Is it supposed to be a daytime spirit? I have so many doubts, and I'm not I'm not very fan of Zangbeto because I am a professional international illusionist, and I have seen magics, and I have done greater magics. So when I see things that look like magic, I mean stage magic, entertainment magic being inculcated into voodoo as saying that the spirit comes and walk. No spirit can physically come and walk unless it mounts somebody or mounts some animal. So I don't know how a spirit can come out and walk and start talking, and when they play drum and then the spirit will be dancing. I'm not convinced. I am not convinced. But a lot.
And you said that the one that's for the day has a different. The one that's for the daytime has a different name.
It's called Kelegbe. Kelegbe means daytime in Ewe. Kelegbe or
Kelegbe.
Kegbe.
Okay.
So daytime,
Okay.
Kelegbeto means a daytime spirit or a daytime man or a daytime human being. And then the Zangbeto is the nighttime spirit. So nighttime spirit is coming out daytime now. And where is the daytime spirit? I'm just using my avid knowledge to ask that question, not to you, but to the people who are running Zangbeto in the daytime and running around and say Zangbeto, Zangbeto, and people are running after it or getting scared of it. Me, I'm not in that community, and I have my doubts. But then, of course, it is somebody's business. It does not concern me, so I don't really care. People like to see miracles. People like to see things like that before they believe. So definitely there will be people who will present it to them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. I was gonna try and look up Calegbe,
Thank you.
Calegbe, but I did my best to spell it.
Kelegbe,
uh,
the spelling is Kelgbe. Kelegbe. Sena, you should type that
I'm
Kelegbe.
sorry. Can you spell it one more time?
K-E.
Oh, thank you.
Has Sena typed that? Kelegbe. Kelegbetor. Kelegbetor.
Okay.
That's how it is supposed to be the spirit that goes out in the daytime, and then Zangbeto, Za means night, and it's supposed to be a spirit that goes out in the night. But then now the Zangbeto is the one that is coming out in the daytime, and I don't know whether the Kelegbeto is now coming out in the night. I cannot tell. But there are these two spirits that our ancestors believe. I'm not saying that there is no spirit called Zangbeto. There is definitely a spirit called Zangbeto. Even my little boy, when he was about 2 or 3 years, he had met one on his own at night, and he got scared and ran to the house and was trying to point to somebody what he was seeing. So those things exist, but then these spirits are not physical things that will be walking among human beings and everybody will be seeing them. That's what my doubt is. Spirits are not human, and there is no way a spirit will be walking around among human beings in daytime to show human beings that it has power. Anything that has power does not need to prove to anybody that it has power. When it is necessary, it shows itself as powerful. But you don't go around telling people that look at me, I have power. It is already the beginning of deceit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're going on to YouTube. We have Cast Teddy here saying good afternoon. Good afternoon, Cast Teddy. How are you? And Cast Teddy went on and saying, Papa and all AMT family, Papa, since dreams are subconscious in nature, how can we avoid and control ourselves in certain things like not eating in our dreams? You must be very conscious when you are dreaming. You must first try to develop yourself, your inner self, through some spiritual disciplines. When you develop your inner self through spiritual disciplines, it could be anything. I'm not saying you should come and get initiated or this thing, but link yourself or align yourself with some voodoo or this thing, and let people teach you how you can protect yourself, how you can protect your inner self from being influenced by your subconscious mind. So what happened is that when you have this consciousness and you awaken this consciousness within you and you are aware, when you are in a dream and when you are about to eat, something will tell you in your dream that you are not supposed to eat in a dream, and then you will get out of that dream. Personally, I have had this thing. So when I am dreaming and the dream is not good for me, I just tell myself in my dream that no, this is not a dream I wanted to dream, and then I just get out of that dream and go into a better dream. Your inner self must be strong enough to be ready to take you out of trouble, whether on the physical plane or on the spiritual plane. But if your inner self is not strong, when your essay is not strong, then other entities and spirits will control you when your body is completely weak in a sleep position and only your inner self is active. So you must do certain spiritual practices in order to strengthen your inner self so that when you are dreaming, you know it's a dream. And when you want to get out of that dream, you can easily, consciously get out of that dream. Thank you very much, Casp Teddy. Thank you. I think we are having a unstable internet today.
So let's switch to
Switch it to a,
there are some few questions which came, but they are not showing over there. So
but how are you getting them?
this is the main site. Usually, it always coming, but they are just trying every means possible to get to the question. So when we see there's a question,
They are trying to let us not see the question.
no, I'm saying that these questions are not reflecting there yet.
Why are they not?
That one,
Because they are new questions.
it's not. I don't think it's a new question. Sometimes remember even someone complained that the same question.
Yeah, but my big brother Martin Kobler even complained the other day. Mami Sewa also complained. They sent a question, but he didn't. But now you are finding a way to even to capture that those that were not what do you call it, showing on the main platform we are
We are
using.
just checking. If we see it's not there, we see it.
Okay, so
Sure.
okay, I think Big Sister Afidara was laughing there. That was about 19 minutes ago. Okay, and then Big Sister Afidara said apparently the snake is a symbol of raw ancient power and seems to spark fear in people. The slightest encounter in a dream or otherwise just drives people into panic. Yes, I believe so. Even the physical one is not small. And then you are in your dream, you are in your dream alone and you see snake. Where will you go again? You have to be running. Me, I don't dream about snakes very much. I don't know why. I don't dream about snakes very much. Maybe one day. And then we have Emmanuel Emmanuel Bass Night is saying thank you, Baba. Thank you to Emmanuel. Thank you, Bass Night. Thank you very much. So because our questions are not all reflecting on the platform, so the technical team is jumping from one place to another. We got this one almost about 1 hour ago from Berima Kotikesi. Say that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have to search through to find them again. We don't know what is going on. It's been started 3 weeks ago. When people send question, it doesn't come onto the platform for me to read. But then the question is hiding somewhere. And then we have, okay, we have two people there. We have Marilyn Indua saying, Togbe, you promised to talk about dwarfs and the help they can provide. I don't know if I missed it. Did I say I'll talk about dwarfs and the help they can provide? No. We spoke about dwarfs and we are talking about a particular dwarf that I work with, which is Obubuyaya. I already spoke about it and I said it is teaching Sena and the brothers when they invoke him, he was able to tell them about certain herbs that they should use for certain things. And when they put those herbs together, they saw that what it taught them was real and they got the result that they were looking for and what the spirit told them the herb can do. So dwarfs, if you get a real dwarf, they should be able to teach you about herbs. Some of the voodoos and the joka or the spiritual secrets and the songs we know today, some were taught by dwarfs. But I think that's it. It's not like I want to talk about dwarfs and how they what kind of herb they can give people. No, no. But that's it. So I don't know. Then Marlene Ndua was a question on Facebook. Yes, but we had spoken about dwarfs about a week ago or 2 weeks ago about Bubu Yaya and a Japanese dwarf called Roko, whom I had known long before going to Japan. Yeah. And then we have a Kingsley Che Mensa. Please, Mr. Bokor, I want to know if someone is sick and the sickness was caused by spell or evil, or is witchcraft or black magic. Please, did that person, did that person will be healed by normal herbs or the sickness have to taking out spiritual means? Kingsley Che Mensa, I don't know because when somebody is sick, how will you know it is a witchcraft or it's caused by evil spirit? Who told you so? You can only know the cause of a disease or sickness when you do a spiritual consultation. You cannot just sit in your comfort or in your uncomfortability and say, oh, this is a witchcraft, this is a juju, this is a spell. How do you know? See, when you are a spiritualist, you don't just assume and say things because people had been saying so. You must consult and know the truth before you decide to say this thing was caused by this that was caused by that. No, last night my daughter called me and told me the son was having convulsion the whole of yesterday and they were at the hospital. So when I said last night, it was in the daytime. And when she told me that the child, so they were at the hospital. So I was expecting that they would either detain them there until today. Then later around 10 p.m. she called me and told me that they were discharged, even though his condition wasn't that great. So they were at home, but he was still feeling the heat and the body was hot and all this. So I asked them, they should come to the shrine today. So before I even got out of my room, they were already here. And I have this black powder that I made in somewhere in the first time I made that black powder was somewhere in 1999. And I still have it with me. And we were using it, we use it all too. So I just told them I'll look for it, and I went to pick it, and I gave my daughter to lick and also to put her middle finger into the black powder and touch the tongue of his little boy. And when she did it, within 10 seconds to 1 minute, the child just woke up and got strong and started playing, and he's still playing before he get tired and now sleeping peacefully. So you can't just say that this sickness is from this, is from that. You must first find out the cause of the sickness, then you find out how to cure it, yeah, how to heal it. So Kingsley, me at my shrine, we don't just speculate and say, oh, this thing is this, and then we start. No, no, no. You must know what it is. Then when you know how to treat it. And when you treat it, you get answers, correct answers, results. Thank you. Okay, we have Fred Amwaku. Is it? No, we passed there already. We passed that one too.
Oh, Mrs. Fred, I'm sorry.
Yes, Fred Amwaku. How do you astral travel easily? I don't know. I don't astral travel. So I don't know how you do it easily. The person who is teaching you, ask him. I don't do astral traveling. Let's go to Mike Perry. Papa, when you have medicine from different shrines, how do you know which one is doing what? And can it harm you? Mike Perea, when you get medicine from different shrines, you should know which one is working for you because you are the one who got them. I would advise you that when you are going from one shrine to another, from another to another, the confusion that you will get is that you don't know which deity is working for you. Sometimes you go to a shrine and you ask for help. The priest has done or had done everything that he could do for you and told you that you should have patience, everything will work. But by nature, human beings do not have patience. And then maybe 2 or 3 days or 1 week later, you didn't see result. That means the priest, what it did for you is not working. Then you jump into another shrine. They did something for you and you say, oh, it's working, then it stopped. Then you go to another one. You can never know which spirit is working for you. But the spirit that is working for you knows themselves. And that is when, after they work for you and you don't come back there to say thank you because maybe you thought that you had passed them and you didn't see result, they will kill you. Spirituality needs patience. On this spiritual path, there is nothing like kia, 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 oya, oya, oya. No. It's patience. You need to relax and observe. When you plant a corn today, no matter how hungry you are, that corn cannot grow that very day for you to eat. But if you don't have patience, you think that when you are sleeping under the corn tree or whatever you call it, I don't know, the corn is going to grow, or you are fasting so that the corn can grow that very day, or you are praying. Nothing will happen, I tell you. God is nature and nature is God. And if you want to experience God and miracle in its real form, you have to look towards nature and be on the timing of nature. Anything outside of nature is not spirituality. It's a scam. Then we have Juliet. Say Juliet A saying, are candles used in every voodoo candle magic? Yes and no. So as long as fire and light is used in every voodoo, candles are also used in some people. Some people use candles. We also use candles when we are doing Kabbalah, as we are doing the Kabbalah aspect of our practice. We use candles. And then there are certain voodoo practices that they will ask you to bring candle to represent your problem or whatever you wanted to do, and then they will do some inscriptions or do some anointing, I may say, whether it's called anointing or not, they pour oil to put some powerful oils into the candle in order to charge that particular entity called candle to represent something. And then now, when you lit the candle, your prayers is towards the candle, but in reality, your mind is towards your goal. So yes, candles are used in some voodoo practices. Yes. Now you can call it candle magic. But I had practiced candle magic or the magic of candle burning long before I even become very serious in voodoo, African or Ewe voodoo. So I had practiced that before. But then these days I don't really practice candle magic. I'm just in between everything that I can learn from other people. And then we have Kingsley Chamins. I say thanks very much for your time and your teachings. God bless you, and God bless you too, uh, Kingsley Chamins. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go on to. I think people don't want to be using the Zoom, or is it a problem? Or the way we are handling it, that's why people don't feel fun. So if people don't want to use the Zoom, then we will just stop paying from the end of the month, so we don't need it. It's not that we have to be paying for something that people wouldn't use. I thought people wanted to use the Zoom so we can every time communicate and see our faces. But since we have started the paid version, people don't really use it, or I don't know. So maybe we'll use it another 1 month, and after that, if we don't see any change, we just stop paying.
Hi, Papa. It's Tanya on Clubhouse.
Yeah, hello, Tonya. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good too. Yes.
I just had a question about. Um, uh, are you familiar with an animal being a guard of a plant spirit?
An animal being a guardian of a plant spirit?
Yes.
I'm not very sure of that. I don't know whether I understood your question, because an animal being a guardian of a plant spirit, what does that mean?
Okay, so last week I think it was, I had asked you about connecting with this energy in the area that I go to.
The one
you
in
said to bring
the
Kelly.
forest where you've been going.
Pardon me?
I said the one in the forest where you have been feeling the energy, right?
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I went,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's not forest, it's more swamp.
Okay.
And when I approached the area, at first I thought it was a tree. There's two big trees.
Mm-hmm.
And then I approached the first one, and there was a swan under the smaller one.
Mm-hmm.
So I approached the smaller tree, and I had an interaction with I'm not sure yet if it's the tree or the swan. That's why I was asking if you had a. I couldn't tell if the swan was guiding me to that tree. I think, yeah, no. You know what? Now that I've talked it out, I think that's what it was.
Okay, you see, what happens is that spirits can use anything. Spirits can use anything to give you guidance. Even the plant or the plants in the swamp may not be the spirits themselves. They are only the spirits may only be either living in that place, but the plant is not the spirit, or the swamp is not the spirit. There may be a spirit living in there, or using that as its home. So spirits can use anything to guide you if they want to guide you to a particular path or to.
So,
Mhm. Yes, go ahead, Tonya.
so you said to me, pay attention to my dreams, and I don't dream. I think things come to me in a different way. So
Mm.
the next day,
Mm-hmm.
um, I took my kids out into it's so it's the same swamp, but it's further in. It's
Okay.
about a 10-minute drive in,
Okay.
and as we were walking, we ended up in this clearing of um, it's a medicinal plant,
Okay.
but it like stopped me dead in my tracks. And when I looked around, I realized that I was standing next to these trees again, and we all kind of stopped because they were so different. And when I realized, I stepped back. It was the two biggest ones of so the entire forest was just all one particular tree, but it was the two biggest ones in the area in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
and it was very emotional for me.
Mm.
But I wasn't able to like there was contact, but I don't I don't know if whatever that spirit is that I'm picking up is trying to direct me to a spot,
Yeah.
or if it's the I feel like it's the tree because I have a connection with plants already,
Okay.
and I learned secrets that I don't know how they communicate to me, and they request things while
Mm.
I'm working with them. Like I
What
don't know, and I
what
don't
what kind
know
of
who
what kind of work is your profession?
my profession.
Yeah.
I'm I work for the city. I'm an administrator. I'm administrator,
Okay.
social work.
Okay. So your profession that has nothing to do with working with plants, right?
No, no.
Okay.
The plants came once I connected with my ancestor.
Okay. So then there is a possibility that the energy that resides in that plant or in that tree is trying to direct you to something. That's why I said the other day that you should go there and then pour libation, and then
Right.
if possible bring an egg. And you said you got a pigeon egg, which
Yes.
you could take there. And then when you keep doing that, definitely you start getting, if the spirit is a real spirit, it will start manifesting itself to you slowly, slowly, and guide you. But then on the other hand,
Okay.
you can also do a spiritual reading to find out what exactly is happening in your life. And a good spiritualist or a good reader or diviner should be able to get to the core of your confusion and tell you what to do.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome, Tony. Okay, we have on YouTube, we have public relations saying hello, Papa. Yeah, hello, public relation. How are you? And say I'm happy that you are broadcasting at these hours. Thank you very much, public relation. Why are you happy that I'm broadcasting at these hours? Thank you for broadcasting the show faithfully every Sunday. Okay, I'm very grateful. Thank you that you people are enjoying it. That's what it is. We are trying to demystify our tradition so that we as black people in general should not look at our own tradition as evil, but should love it and then teach it to our children so that maybe through these little efforts, our African minds may open up tomorrow and we will have real independence of the black person. Then we have RR or triple R saying, greetings, Togwe. Please tell us about the plants in front of you. Okay. Thank you very much, RRR or triple R. The plants in front of me were the plants that I taught last week. And I had thought about this plant somewhere last year, uh, May. Last year, April ending, going into May. Last year, when we went to the highest waterfall in West Africa, the Bili waterfalls, which actually falls in my municipality, administrative municipality where I come from. We went there, and I think some of you might have seen the videos. And one of the I did a Sunday section there, and I taught about some herbs that you can use to cleanse yourself. And then last week we spoke about these herbs, and today my grandchild was sick yesterday, so they brought my grandchild to me this morning, and I think I have healed him already. I don't know, but I think I have healed him already. But they will be going back to where they are coming from. So I'm preparing these herbs for the mother and the father to use it to bath him before he goes to bed or they go to bed, to prevent any negative energy in their environment or in their community that may be trying to attack the child. So these are the cleansing herbs. We have a sio or dame dame, or some people call it afideme. That's one herb. That is this herb. This is the afideme. Some people call it sio, and some people call it dame dame. They are everywhere. I don't know the English word for it. I think Senna will try to get them for you. Then I have the Avena, which is called the boundary plant or the boundary tree in English. Avena also, if you translate it into Ebe, means boundary or the forest demarcation plant. Some people call it Avia, some people call it Amaga, some people call it, what again? They call it Amaga. Patima, some people call it Patima. So these are the herbs here. This dame dame, siu afideme, and then this one. Then I have the dandelion. The dandelion, some people call it dandelion, but then this dandelion. So these are the plants that you are seeing here. They are used for, I'm using them for cleansing. So I'm going to give it to my daughter to use it for the cleansing of their son this evening. And then the final one is the garlic that comes on top of it. So you go back into my last week teachings, you'll see the instructions on this, how to use it to protect yourself and to protect your family. So they are all this. I'm just going practically to do it so that my daughter can help her son. Okay, so we triple R. That is the reason the plants are here. I was supposed to do it before the this is start, but we were already late, so I just left it on so that when I am done, I will just give it to them. Then they can go home. Thank you very much. And then we have public relations since Papa. If someone is consistently trying to steal money from the bank, what can be done to prevent or protect oneself against such a thing? See, if somebody is consistently trying to steal money from the bank, how will you go to bank and steal money unless you are working there? Can people easily go to bank and steal money? It's not possible. Public relations. It's not possible that people can go to bank and steal money. Even to steal money in the house is not easy. How much more you go to bank to steal money? You want them to kill you? So what do you want to prevent or protect oneself against such a thing? What do you mean by protecting yourself or prevent against such a thing? Are you working in the bank? If you are working in the bank and thief come, blow the alarm so that police will come and catch them. What will you do? What will you do? If somebody is trying to come and steal from the bank, report the bank, report that to the police so that the police can be monitoring the bank. Unless, of course, you are the one who want to go and steal from the bank and, okay, so these are insiders. Report them if you know that they are stealing. Okay, I will ask my friend who had worked in the bank before to prevent people who are insiders there but why is the bank belong to you? If the bank belong to you, then I can tell you to come. I will fix my satellite there, and they'll catch the person who is, or the people who are stealing from there. But if the bank doesn't belong to you and you are also just on salary, why you worry yourself? If the bank wanted to use a traditional policeman, we will get plenty. We want to use traditional policeman to catch people. Yes, we have. So if you say the people are insiders with high officials with government connections, so what's your problem if they steal from the bank? It's not your palaba. If they want to steal, let them steal. The government is the one. It's a government connection. So that means the people in the government are stealing. So what is your personal thing? Or if they steal from the bank, it's your pocket, it hurts your pocket. No, there are certain things people don't need to carry it upon themselves. If you are just a worker at the bank and some high officials who are higher than you and with their government connection and they want to be stealing, what's your problem? What do you want to prove? If you are not careful, what will happen is that they'll kill you. If they don't kill you, they sack you and you'll be home without this thing. So long as you yourself within your heart and you know you are not stealing anything from the bank, you are fine. And the bank does not belong to you. Why do you worry? See, our former president Atamils said that Jiwe Fiasem, is it not? Ji Ufie, Ji Ufiasem. The Ji Ufie Asem means talk about your own house matter. It's a public relation. It's my money they are trying to steal. How can they try to steal your money? Are you the only person who get money in the bank? Let us be very realistic here. They are trying to steal your money. Who says it's your money that they are stealing? If they steal from the bank, your money is in the bank. If they steal it and the bank cannot catch the thief, the bank will find a way to pay you your money. So it's not a question that they are trying to steal your money or they are targeting only your money. And the government and the officials on the high up, you want to take your money? Why? How? Please, I'm not getting it. Why should the thief want to steal your money? Or they are stealing the bank's money? We all have monies in the bank. And if thieves go and attack our bank and they steal the money, I cannot tell anybody that the thieves stole my money. They stole the bank's money, and I'll go to the bank to give me my money. Wherever they will find my money for me is their problem, because I have entrusted my money into their hands for safekeeping, and they have been using the money and adding their own interest and tax on it, or deducting from it. So why should I worry that thieves come to the bank? Bank is not a primary property of one person, that it is your money that was stolen, so you cannot get your money from your bank. So anyway, let's break it down for me, how it's your money. And how do you know that the people who are trying to steal were trying to steal your money? And you say they are high up officials with government connection, and they are insiders. So how do you know all this? Anyway, let's get to Facebook, and okay, we don't have anything. Check the other side and let's see.
Yes, sir.
Is it because of two computers? That's why.
Oh, no, 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 please. At the end of the day, we are missing. When we try,
Mary Lynn Ndua is say we like Zoom. Is it Zoom?
yes, yes.
But nobody is trying to communicate on the Zoom, so what can we do, Marilyn? And then Queensley Chairman says the Zoom is very good, but we get the notifications later, and I think the link should be sent out early before the program starts. Oh, Kingsley, we have even sent out the link 3 days ago, 4 days ago, that we were going to use it. It's not like today before it was sent out. It has been sent out at least 2 days ago. And again today it was repeated so that people should know. So it is not like a last minute thing. It's a paid app that we are using, the paid form of Zoom. So we ask Zoom and they give us the code and the link and everything, and they will give them the time. So it is not like it is late, no. But people are not using it. That's why I'm complaining about. But if people are not using it, then I don't have to be paying for it. Okay, so let's, I think that is all that on Facebook. Shall I change it again? Let's go to our normal side,
Yes,
and then we go to, what do you call it, YouTube, and what do you call it, YouTube, and then Clubhouse. And if there is not anything there, okay, we have some people on Zoom, right?
yes.
Okay, so anybody who wanted to on Zoom wanted to talk. Okay, Marilyn is there. I think I'm seeing something like a Cameroonian or Beninois. Is it Cameroonian flag? Okay, okay. Eh? Cameroon. Okay, Marilyn is said to everyone will do just listening for now. Okay, then it's a wisdom. Marilyn, to everyone, wisdom. Thank you, Tabe. We can contribute to pay for the Zoom as well. Okay, thank you very much for that offer, Marilyn. I'm very grateful. Okay, so we also have Casnova. His iPad is using iPad, and then okay, I can see Marilyn now. Whether she can see me, I don't know, but I can see her now. Yes. Okay, then Senna is also And Sena is also on Zoom. Yes, so please, if you want to use the Zoom to ask me any question face to face, we can. So you just unmute your microphone and ask the question. So
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you. Who is speaking, please?
Okay, this is Samuel.
Samuel, yes, how are you?
I'm doing good. My question is, I know you spoke earlier that with Legba, people can do, they can read divination with them. But I was curious to know, is it in Ewe tradition to do Delagoon with Legba also?
No, no, no. Legba is not used for divination. In every voodoo, we don't use Legba for divination. Legba is kept at the gate as the security man, and Legba is kept at the gate to take the problems that you are confronted with. You give it to Legba to take it into the spiritual world through rituals. There are certain rituals that the Afa will prescribe, and when you do those rituals, you give it to Legba, and then you send Legba on an errand. Don't forget, Legba is the errand spirit, the messenger spirit between the gods and human beings, in as far as in Afa and maybe in Vodou as well. So Legba is not used for divination. So Dilogun, as it is called in Yoruba, which is the 16 cowrie shell divination, Dilogun, uh, is not Legba that you put down before you use it for divination. Dilogun is also like Afa, and it uses the Afa Polin or Afa Odus or Ifa Odus to tell what to do. And if the person who is a very good diviner in Dilogun and is able to, I think the full name is Mary Dilogun, Mary Dilogun. If the person who is also very good in that can divine and can tell the Ifa Odu that falls in the Mary logo and be able to decode it and tell you what to do. It is just the same like the divination chain of Ifa. So in every voodoo, we don't use Legba to do divination. If anybody is using Legba as a diviner or to do divination, I have not met them yet. We use Afa, we use Voodoos and the cowries as this, but the Aves are not very much into the Dilogun as far as my knowledge is concerned. Maybe some people do it, but when we have cowrie shells like these cowrie shells of 7 cowries and 4 cowries, you throw them and then come, because in the every cowrie shell reading, the spirit talks to your mind directly. So when you throw the cowrie, it is only to confirm what you are already hearing in your mind. So that's how it is. So that's what it is. It's not that Legba is used for divination and uh, the logo is used for using Legba, or Legba using the logo to divine. No, that I don't remember
Okay,
saying that. Yeah.
but you do use cowries to ask
We use
yes
cowries.
or no questions, maybe?
We use cowries to find yes and no questions, but that's why I was saying that most of the people who do cowrie divination in our Ewe land, especially Vedome or the central northern areas where I come from, they also have a clear audience where they can hear. So the cowries are only confirming what they were hearing. to ask the voodoo if it is yes, what they were hearing is correct, or it's not, it's no. So that's why when you throw, like my cowrie here, I just do like this, I throw, and then I look and hear the cowrie say yes. Then I know that, okay, then what I am saying is right. And if this is,
Okay, so
if
there's a difference between doing that and divination. Because those
right,
are not the same thing.
I didn't get you, Samuel.
Yeah, I was asking when you ask yes or no, that's different from doing divination.
No, yes and no is also divination.
Oh, okay.
Yes and no is also divination. Because there is something that you are having in your mind and you want to find out whether it is a yes or it's a no. So you ask the spirit. It's not like you are just throwing the cowries anyhow. You ask the spirit, this thing that I have, or I am trying to know, is it okay or it is not okay? If it is okay, the cowries will come for you as okay. If it is not okay, the cowries will tell you that no, it is not okay. But you already have an information which is prompting you to ask a yes and no question.
Thank you, makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you to Samuel. And Marilyn is saying on Zoom, said Togbe, we can use Zoom for private classes, not meant for public consumption. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you for private classes. Yes, that's very true. Okay, public relation is also saying they are trying to transfer into another account with the complicity of the bank manager. I will tell you more in private. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Public relation. Thank you very much. We have big sister Oluchi okay? Yeah, laughing. Maybe I said something that was funny again. At the bank, the bank matter. Okay, okay, no problem. And then we have a Bill. Hi, Papa. Can we really hear spirit speak? Because in some shrines during consultation, you are asked to communicate with the spirit, and you hear the voice of voice only, which usually is not really clear. That's all scam, my brother. Is the kind spirits don't talk. No spirit talk with human voice. Spirits can only talk to you in your mind. You can hear everything very clearly in your mind, and you may feel as if you are hearing it in your ear. But to say that some spirit is in a room and is talking to you, you are outside and you are hearing it, and everybody is hearing it, it's not clear. It's a scam. But people perfected it so much and they have presented it so well, as if they perfected it so well that they are presenting it so well that sometimes you think is real, especially when you are not really into spiritual practice. When you are very new and novice, people use these things to deceive you. And sometimes you may not be a novice, but your friends, close friends that you trust, can sometimes also lead you for people to cheat you so that they can make money out of you. It happened to me. So I know what I am saying. And because you have trusted your friends, whatever you are going there, your trust upon him is paramount. So whatever is happening there, and he also supporting them, makes you believe that it is real. No spirit can talk with human voice. Spirits can talk to your mind. They can teach you everything, and you can decide to write it down or make an audio recording of what you are hearing. But no spirit will talk to you or can talk to you in real human voice. What you normally see is ventriloquists, people who learn how to talk without opening their lips. They speak through their throat, and the sound is able to come through under their lips, but they don't open their lips big enough for you to know that they were talking in their throat, which is called ventriloquist. You can go into the dictionary and you find the word ventriloquist, and you will find. And it's very, very perfected in this part of the world, in Africa, in Voodoo, whereby a lot of people are ventriloquists and they claim to tell you that spirits are talking to you and this. It is ventriloquism. I have traveled the world in search of truth. I've traveled the world in search of God and wisdom, and I have learned a lot along the way. So when I came back to my people and I see that my people perfected these things and using it as spiritual practice, I feel sorry for our tradition. I know what I'm saying, a lot of people may not be happy with it because that's the way they make their money. But I'm teaching on my platform and people ask me questions, I must tell them. I'm not coming to your shrine to tell you you are a liar or this. It is up to you. Whatever you do to make money and feed yourself and your children, that's your business. But don't forget, karma always come back to you. There's karma. The law of nature is very real. When you fool people, a day will come you will be fooled too. There's some new listings here.
Yes.
I have finished that one already. Then it's Benny. Is what? Benny Muswani. Benny Muswani. A great pleasure catching this live. Perfect timing here in South Africa. Thank you very much, Benny. We are very grateful that you were able to make to join it. And then he said, Benny Muswani is again saying, are Hindu names Brahman, Saraswati, plagiarized as biblical Abraham and Sarah, or just phonetical coincidences? I cannot tell. I cannot tell. Because the time the Jews, the Hebrews, were calling their gods, I don't know where they got the names from. I know Brahman, which is a Hindu name, and then Saraswati, which is another deity in Hinduism. I cannot tell whether Abraham or Sarah were plagiarized by the Hebrews. No, I don't know. I don't know at all about that. Because I believe very strongly Hinduism is much older than Judaism and Christianity. So it could be possible. It could be possible because Hinduism even is older than Buddhism, and Buddhism is much older than Christianity. So I don't know. I don't know whether they have been plagiarized. It could be. Then I've never thought about it and have not even done any research on it. So, Benny Moswani, maybe, maybe not. Thank you very much. I think we are done with Facebook. Okay, okay, Bill Lady. Is it lineal or late?
Little.
Little, okay. Billy Little. Billy Little say, thank you, Papa. Thank you very much, Billy. I'm very grateful for that question, and then thank you for asking. And then we have Lustig say, Papa, you are right. Truth is bitter. And if it is not truth, it is not bitter. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lustig. Thank you very much. Okay, we have Merlin on Zoom saying that I want to know more about speaking to one's dead family members. Is this a good practice? Can one do that? What is the process? Okay, Merlin, Merlin Indua, thank you very much. Yes, I think people call it sorcery in English language, but our people, it's not called sorcery in our tradition. It is part of the way to connect to nature, nature spirits, and the people who had passed on and they are no more in physical body. There is a way to be able to invoke the dead man's or woman's spirit and be able to communicate and get information that you can now pass on to the people who I wanted to know the information. So, is it?
No, no, it's Papa, sorry.
So, yes, it is possible. Thank you very much, Marilyn. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I can hear you a little. So please, can you raise your voice a little bit? Yes, yes, it is possible that somebody is dead and the person does not want to be disturbed. But also sometimes some people die and they want to pass on information to their people, to their community, to their children, to their generation, and they want to come through to say those things. So such people will not say you are disturbing them. Because when an information that is important for a life and a dead person, now a spirit, wants to pass it on, that spirit cannot say you are disturbing them. No, no, that dead person can never say because he knows that the information that they will pass on, that information will help people to continue living. Because there was a time when there was this lady pastor who died, and then the children contacted me and wanted to contact their mother before the burial. Mind you, she was a pastor, and the children came. So I asked them to bring something that their mother had touched before. So they brought something, I don't remember what, but something was brought. And we give it to the mirror. So the mirror went and came back. When the mirror came back, it came back with a woman. And then the spirit in the mirror, because it's the spirit of dead people that live inside the mirror. So they went and brought her, and she was telling the son that there is a village where she came from, and that she would prefer that the son should make sure they take her to that village to be buried. And the son told me, yes, he knew about the village, but he had never been there before. And the lady in question, or the dead person in question, who is a pastor, also made me to understand that she was from a royal family and she was supposed to be a queen mother, but she refused to be a queen mother because she wanted to be a Christian. But then I should tell the son that before they would bury her, they should do all the traditional rituals that they do for prince and princesses with the royal family before burying her. And she mentioned certain people's names. I have never been to their village before. I don't even know any story. And the son was able to confirm these names. And even it went further to say that she has a child, a daughter, who is a sister to that guy who was pregnant. And that the daughter is going to give birth to another girl that she is trying to come through very quickly back into life. So when the daughter of the granddaughter is born, they should take good care of that. And truly, the boy told me, yes, the sister is pregnant. And now there was this strange occasion where this dead person, her phone had been switched off by the children, and they kept the phone in the locker. From time to time, their mother's phone will flash the daughter's phone. This is just not too long ago. It was just last year. The dead woman's phone will flash the daughter, and sometimes she wouldn't be with the phone, but her friends will see it in the office on the table. So somebody called you, and before she will check, it's the mother's phone that was calling her. So all that, then they said, then we found out the mother said, oh, she's just trying to alert her that they should do all the things and she should take care of herself because she's pregnant and she should not be in the night. She should, and then spoke about some friends that used to come to the house and so many things. So I don't think that when you invoke a dead person who wanted to pass a message on, it will say that you are disturbing their peace. But how would you know whether you are disturbing the peace or you are not disturbing the peace? Unless, of course, when you invoke that dead person's spirit, before you know whether it will tell you you are disturbing them or not. So if you don't invoke, you will not know. So, Marlene, yeah, if you want to invoke dead people, I don't think that you are disturbing them. But when you invoke them and they say you are disturbing them, then you stop. As simple as that. Because if they feel that you are disturbing them, they will not talk. They will just keep quiet. Even no matter how long they are in front of you, they won't talk. So then you know you are disturbing them. And you just dismiss them to go back to where their spirits are coming from. There are so many things very strange in this world when you don't know and you have never experienced and you have never met them before. You think that nothing exists. That's why when I see people using scam and using all kind of tricks to fool our own people, to tell them that this is spiritual, this is a spirit behaving like this, sometimes I feel very sorry for our people. Those who know the real thing know they will not use tricks. But those who do not know anything are using tricks, magic, entertainment magic to fool people just to draw crowd to themselves. Marlene, I'm not hearing what you are saying, please. Marlene, I'm not hearing what you are saying. Said, come and do this so that other people can also hear. But is this how Zoom always work?
You know,
Because when we used Zoom from Germany and all this, everybody could speak easily.
it seems what do you call it? So one slightly audio is also open. She's doing loudspeaker. We are also doing loudspeaker. If you are doing loudspeaker and then you have multiple microphones, the sound going in, the sound will come out continuously. So what we do is to prevent that from happening. When we are talking, we close the volume on the computer. So when she's talking, like when she's talking, and we want you to hear, we mute your microphone for
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the day we did a Zoom meeting here with the students and all this thing, it was very plain and direct. If it is my time and I just put my hand up and they press my mic, I talk. But I don't know how maybe the technical team there were doing. But the way we are doing here, it doesn't look professional.
It's the same. It's the same setup.
Okay.
Even, I don't know how to say, but like your microphone is muted now for her to speak, so that you can hear. That's what we are doing. That was how we were even doing. It seems like there's some
Can you
audio
put my microphone on so I can talk to her? Okay, so Marlene, what you can do is that because we are having some challenges with the adjusting to the Zoom, you should accept also that we are very new in doing it. It's new to us here as we ourselves are handling it. So maybe it will take some time for us to really get a grip of it. So what you can do is that you can either send me a WhatsApp message and explain to me what you were trying. You are trying to say, could not hear. She hearing me now?
Yes, she can hear you now.
Okay. So it would be good. You can talk with me one on one and then explain to me what your grandmother was trying to say by she wanted to communicate with you alone and not this thing. But sometimes you should be very careful. There are so many scammers in this. No matter how old they are, don't think that because they are very old with gray hair, whatever they are telling you is truth. If they were liars from their childhood until they grow old, they'll keep that lifestyle, and that's how they make their listen. Because I have met a man who was almost at a dying point. He was in his hundreds of years, and he was still a liar. Because what they had done in the family secret is to continue deceiving people, so they pass it from father to son. And even the old man was still in a bed with blind eyes and this thing. He was still a liar. So don't think that when someone who was a stupid person when he was a child, when he grows up because he has a gray hair now, means that he's become clever. No. Once a stupid person, always a stupid person, even to his or her grave. So don't get deceived. Sometimes these people, so the person doesn't want to talk to you, this person doesn't want to talk to you. I don't believe that. When you invoke a dead person or you invoke the spirit of a dead person, if it's not going to talk, then it's not going to talk. And if it will not talk to you, at least it will tell something to someone to tell you that is angry or that you have done this and that. That's why. And it will, of course, it tell the reader or the person who invoked to tell the person that I don't want to talk to this person because he has harmed me, has caused me this, has caused. But to say, oh, you don't want to talk to this, it's not very common as far as my practice of calling dead people and communicating with the spirit of dead people, I have not really come around it, because when a dead person is invoked and it comes, it only wants to give advice and things that are going wrong, and if something that it doesn't like, we can tell you that we don't like this. And sometimes some dead people were buried, or some people who were buried and they felt that where they were buried was not the right place. They can come through and let people know that they don't like where they were buried, so they should move them to another place, which I have got involved at one time in my life before. So I know what I am talking about. Don't let people deceive you. We say, oh, no, I have also gone through some of these are traditional people who say they are calling ghosts, and when you go there, you can see the tricks and the lies that they put. But to the ordinary eye, it is very great. My father came to speak to me, my mother came to speak to me, and you'll be hearing people talking. When spirits come, or ghosts or dead people come, no other person will hear them except the person who is doing the reading. Is the only person who could hear what they are saying, and then that person will now translate. It's not like you are hearing it and it's not clear. No, you will not hear any sound because it's talking to the mind of the reader. So no other person will hear any sound whatsoever. If there will be any sound the people will hear, then it is a physical sound of the bell that the person is probably, the reader is probably ringing to invoke this event. No one at all. It's all lies. Those are scam. Then they start telling you that your father said he left something somewhere. It's all lie. There are real ones. But spirits don't speak human voice. So the things that you see people do and ring the bell, then the thing will talk, then it's okay. Your father said they should tell you that you should go and carry his old gumaga. Meanwhile, you know your father doesn't have gumaga. Even though he is called Bokor, he does not have gumaga. But so he said the gumaga that he was using before, they should give it to you. I have gone through all this. But me, I'm a smart and wise person. I will not challenge you. I will listen. Maybe because people want to hear. After that, we all go. I keep my knowledge in my mind and I make my mind about who you are. On Zoom. Okay, let's go. So somebody has raised their hands on Zoom. So Marilyn, we will talk. Then get the person. Let's see who is the person.
Hello, good afternoon, Papa.
Good afternoon. Is it Seiram?
I'm very grateful for all your teaching us. Thank you so much.
Who is talking? Is it Lamin or Said? That's Seiram's phone. Am I speaking with Said? Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So now you can drop it. I think they want to test the system and see. Yeah, it's working. It's okay. Okay, I think we are almost done. So we have on YouTube, we have Triple R in Europe. They call it necromancy, the way to call the dead. Yeah, okay, whether it's called necromancy, it's called sorcery, whatever it is in Africa, we will just call it contacting only yoyo, or people say hoyoyo or whatever. It's the same. Yeah, it's an art. You see, the Bible and Christians. What happened with Christianity is that anybody who knows something and can contact spirits beyond their comprehension, that person is termed evil and they will destroy the person. That's why they were just killing everybody who could know more than them, because the popes and the bishops and the archbishops and I think there's another group before the pope, uh, cardinals. All these people, some of them have no spiritual power. They have no spiritual seeing. They have no spiritual eyes. So when you are an ordinary person and your eyes are open and you can see and tell about things yet not known or yet to come, and you are able to tell it today, you have disgraced them, because they are wearing all these cassocks and everything just to prove to people that they are the voice of God and they know what God is doing in his house every day. So they are supposed to tell you what you should do. You must come to church and listen and follow their order. The moment you begin to know more than them, they give you a name. If you are not called a witch, they will be called a wizard and all this, and they just destroy you from the society because they don't want you to know more about them, know more than them. But nature is such that no one is God, but everybody is God. In the sense that we all came here at different times and we will live at different times. And you don't know how many times I have been in this world. So if my inner eye and my inner ears are open and I am able to hear, and even though you are wearing cassock, you cannot hear. You cannot call me a witch, because you don't know how many times I have been here. So thank you very much, Triple R, that is called necromancy. And then Bolaji Ali said, good evening, Papa and the AMT family. Bolaji, thank you very much for joining the section. And how are you? It's been a while. I hope you are enjoying your Salah. I think they are doing the Salah today or tomorrow. But today they will chop food. Or today also they are fasting. Today is the last day of fasting. Ah, okay. So, but anyway, I thought it was yesterday and people should start chopping today.
So yesterday was the 30th. So, but then sometimes they say it's 29, depending on some people started before.
Or the moon. Is it the phases of the moon?
Yes.
Okay.
And in some countries, they will probably do it the day after. Others, they won't all do it the same day because they all didn't start fasting.
Look, me, I'm not a religious person. I chop every day. Okay, so Bill Little, he said the practice where prayers are offered and sacrificial animals die without being touched by any sharp object. Is it real or just magic? It depends. It depends what is real. In our shrine, where animals are, especially the animal for a set or the destiny is killed, it's a real thing. And when we initiate people, or when people's essays are done, you do it yourself. It's not us who do it. We just tell you how to place your hand, and we start calling the essay so that it should come and take its animal. So it is real, but then I don't know how other people's own are. But at our shrine, it's a real thing that we were taught and we are practicing it. You say, how would one differentiate between real spiritual power and magic? Because real spiritual power does not need, it's not a show off thing. It is not real spiritual power. It's not to show off, to say I have power. Anywhere you see people showing off that I have power, wants to demonstrate a miracle and all this thing, then you know it's fake. That's the only simple way I can put it. Where people want to show you that I have power, you go into their shrine, before you know there's something talking on the wall. Then they say, hey, the voodoo has come. These people are liars. Voodoo doesn't talk like that. So when you go to a spiritualist and the first thing he wants to demonstrate to you to show you that he has power, woe unto you. Be careful. Because power is natural and it comes natural. And it is not you who will make the power happen. It is nature that will make the power to happen. What you would do is that you only put your application into nature and wait on nature to deliver. Then that is power. It is not like I want to show you that I have power and then I start touching things and things started cracking. No, 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 no. You call upon the power and the power will come naturally. That will tell you that it is not stage magic, but it's a real spiritual magic. It has to be natural. It shouldn't be act. When people start acting, then you know it is not real. I think if they don't take these herbs from here, it's going to get dry. Call Tara. She come, I'll count it from the house. So last thing is, Papa, are there spirits who are Muslims or Christians? Because I have heard of spirits who do their things as Muslims or Christians. I don't know if that is how best I should phrase it. Like their way of doing things makes me ask myself these questions. In the spirit world, there is no religion. In the spirit world, there is no religion. But mankind had created religion on this face of the earth. So, because mankind had created this religion on the face of earth, when these spirits are associated with the different religions, they tend to act in the religion that the person they work with is. So, for instance, if you are a Muslim and you are working with an entity which is not human being, it has to follow your Muslim beliefs because that is the way you have been trained. So it will follow that. So spirits are not Christians or Muslim. And if you are a traditional, when the spirit comes to you, that's the way it will work with you. And if you are a Christian, the spirits will work with you like that. So yes, I know they have certain spirits like Alafia. No, it depends on what the spirit was working with before, and the name spirit become like that. Come and take this thing. So, because it's getting dry because of the air conditioner. Okay. You know, my young don't borrow. Zain. And then no let you come. Okay, you can come here. You appear on the program. Open, put your hand together. Okay. Go and put it. I'll give you instructions later. So there is no spirit that is Christian or Muslim, but because mankind has created a religion, when spirits associate you, they like to go along what you are doing already, and then that is that. But of course, there are spirits that are from Arabia, there are spirits that are from our areas, there are spirits that are from India, spirits that are from Japan, in the sense just like how human beings are scattered around the globe, so are spirits as well. So if a Japanese spirit is dealing with you, maybe it will mention things that you can use, which are Japanese things that it is used to. And if a spirit from Arabia is working with you, then it has to tell you things concerning Arabia, which you can inculcate into you, whatever it's going to tell you to work. So that sense, yes, you can say certain spirits are from here, but they are not called Muslim or Christian spirits. They are just from different locations. Yeah. Like I was saying that Roko as a dwarf is from Japan, which I know long before even going to Japan. And the name is Roko. In Japan too, it's called Roko. And there's a mountain in Kobe called Mount Roko. So when I went to Kobe to work as a magician, and then I heard the name of this is Mount Roko, immediately my mind went to the Japanese dwarf that I was dealing with, which was called Roko. So that means this was his abode. This is where it lived before working around the world. And it is still there. And I think Sena was telling me that there's so much was written about the dwarfs in Japanese mythology, and also some children's story books about how dwarfs, Japanese dwarfs work and all this. So that means there is something like that. So a Japanese spirit, of course, will express itself in the way Japanese culture is. Arabic spirits will express their way in the way Arabs are. And our traditional spirits from our voodoo, they are very wild, and they use knife and start cutting them. So Arabs don't do that. The way we do that, you see how people will be cutting. That's how our spirits work, to show you that they are warriors. So yes, but there's no Christian or Muslim in the spirit world. We are all one. And then we have our sister Vivian Baka. Thank you, Papa, for your wisdom. Your teachings give me joy and peace. Thank you very much, Vivian. I'm very good. Akpe, Akpe. Please like that way. Then we have Oluchi also. Okay. Yes, Papa. This is truth. We have more than today, and they said things that is not truth. Peace and love. Peace and love, Papa. Thank you for saying this again today. Thank you very much, big sister Oluchi. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. Mm. I think we are done with okay, big sister Oluchi. There was she was laughing over there. Of course, very interesting. No, people choose to be deceiving their fellow black people by using the name of God, or using the name of Jesus, or using the name of whatever to be cheating people. That's not the right way. Spirits exist. When you want to deal with them with open heart and free mind, and they will show themselves to you. No, yesterday we were doing a ritual here for feeding the ancestors. Just as we are about to start, it was around 8 o'clock, right? It was around 8 o'clock in the evening, and then the sky became very dark. And then my children told me, Papa, it's about to rain. And then we said, no, it won't rain. Before we know, the raindrops started falling, and I told some people that they should take our notebooks and everything, run into the rooms, and as well as the electrical connection that we were using for internet outside. I only asked them that okay, then they should go and bring one of the spirits to put outside, to ask nature if it could give us peace and permission so that we finish our work before the rain. And lo, we put the voodoo outside and asked permission from the sky. And then sky was clear until 3 a.m. And even until today, it didn't rain yet. And we finished our work and we went to sleep. That's how power is. They are not demonstrating it by showing it off. It is when it is needed and nature agrees, it works. That's what called power. Not to you are coming and then somebody do like this, say he's holding something in his hand, and then he do hand like this and people are falling down. They say you get power. Well, it's all tricks. And but that's what people like when they see it that form and people are falling down and things are happening before their eyes. They say, "Hey, yeah, this man is powerful." It's all deceit. It's all deceit. I tell you honestly, I had been there. Okay, so we go on to YouTube. Who is there again? I think we got Triple R. We have just finished Bolaji. We have finished. We have Custody Papa. Please, can you speak a bit on AMT logo or badge Oh, cast study. I've spoken on this logo and badge many, many times. They are all inside our recordings and our videos on the YouTube, on Facebook. We have them. Our logo is a logo of the bracelet, which is the Togojo pattern. That's what all of us in African Magic Temple or people who come to seek for help or associate with us wear. It's the deity that we with is the one that guides us, one of the deities, the patron deity. This is a bracelet. And then we have the axe. This axe is the axe of authority, like the magic one that was passed on to me by my teacher, Tobe Tuji. He gave me this axe that anytime I want to do spiritual work, I should invoke some of the spirits and my spirits and strike the axe so that no other negative spirit will come in to disturb me. On the axe, you will see a triangle that goes down, or a cross sign of triangle. One triangle goes down and another triangle goes up. People are mistakenly calling it the Star of David. No, it is not the Star of David. It's a triangle that goes down, which means we can draw energy from the universe into ourselves, into our African Magic Temple, and be able to use it. And at the same time, we can upload energy into the space or to sky again. So that is the relationship, or that's the meaning of this triangle. I couldn't have. I don't have to draw it two separate way, one going up. That's why I interlock it to just simple. And then of course we have the poly do here Woli, which represents the past, and Buddha. So here we have Woli Godo, which means go back to your past, look back, turn back. Woli War Godo, the Woli War Godo or Woli Buddha. You have to go back to your past, or Sankofa, as it's called in that is that sign, Sankofa. The cow race means we are also diviners. We can see into the future and see into the past. So this is the basic translation of our logo. Okay, so I think we are almost done with that case study. That's my message for you, and I thank everybody who had been part of this, and all the people on Clubhouse. I'm not hearing very much from you people on Clubhouse. Nobody is talking. Everybody is just quiet and listening.
Mr. Bokor, I can ask a question or two.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Zil. I'm about to close, so.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. One question is probably a quick answer, and I see that the Ewe culture or people are like, I don't know, mostly in Togo, and there's some in Ghana, and then there's some in Benin. Is that right?
The Ewe nation starts from the eastern part of Ghana all to the western part of Nigeria. So you pass through a Volta region, then you go to Togo. From Togo, you go to Benin. From Benin, you go to Badagry, which is the slave coast of Nigeria. So the Ewe nation actually stretches from here to there, or from there to where we are now.
Okay. So then my next question is, I think you live in Ghana right now, right? In Accra?
I'm a Ghanaian Ewe.
Okay. And so then my question is, it seems like there's more of a similarity in Ewe to like Nigeria, like Yoruba, religion than there is to Akan indigenous religion. I mean, would you agree with that?
Now, the Ewe voodoo and Ewe spiritual practice is closer to the Yoruba and the Fon practice. The Akans are also a totally different ethnic group. They are not Ewes, and they have their own spirituality, which is also voodoo, but they don't call their own voodoo. They call it Akom. That's why.
Akompo? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
Akom.
Akom or Akompo?
Akom. Akom is the word for the voodoo, but Akomfuo is the person who practices Akom.
Okay, all right, okay.
So
my next question might need a longer answer. I don't know, but maybe I can ask it next week. It's,
no,
you know,
ask,
I
go
just
ahead. Go ahead and ask. Maybe I can
okay.
answer you.
So here in the United States, we have a movement. It's considered a kind of radical movement, a social justice movement, to try to end prison, to abolish prison, especially because such a large number of people of African descent are in prison.
Yes.
And so I just kind of wondered how do you respond to that? I mean, as a spiritual practitioner, I mean, how has that issue been addressed historically and from a spiritual point of view in Ewe culture? Like, you know, how are people punished for doing behaviors that are considered socially unacceptable or, you know, against the society or against the rules? And is there a chance for complete rehabilitation, you know, so that a person can, you know, participate in society without breaking the rules again?
Okay, in the every form of justice, if I should put it that way, it's very, very drastic. Very, very drastic. When certain things happen in society or in a community and people cannot find who did it, the AV will consult the oracles or the voodoo, and the voodoo will teach them what to do to catch the person. That's one. When the person is caught, and if it is a heinous crime, you will be killed. They're not going to let you stay in the city and commit another crime again. But that was old in the past, because now modernization and court and police and all these things, so such things are no more there, whereby when you are caught, you'll be killed. When you are caught, you will be handed over to police to continue the decision. But if the person who was hurt or the person who's the victim's people were not satisfied with this, they may not even go to police. They will just tell their voodoo to kill you, and their voodoo will kill you, and that's it. You are finished. You see, the question of rehabilitation and all this thing come with minor misdemeanors and crimes. That somebody stole a chicken, or you go to somebody's farm and you go and steal a food, and then they catch you. They'll bring you to the public, and then they kind of punish you by letting you to go and work in somebody's farm or the same person's farm or all kind of thing. But any heinous crime, usually if the person ran away, what they do is they send the voodoo after the family. And the voodoo will be killing the members of the family until they will take one child, especially in the cases of murder, until they will take one child from that family, an innocent child from that family, and give to the shrine where the voodoo is killing people is at. to stop the voodoo from killing. That's why we call a trochovi. That's why there's a system in our olden days they call trokoshi. And people have changed it. Trokosi, trokosi, trokosi. It's trokoshi. You have to take someone from your family to go and serve at the shrine of the voodoo who is disturbing your family because someone from your family had committed a heinous crime and a voodoo has been sent after your family to destroy your family. And if you don't want your generation and your family to be destroyed, you will readily give out an innocent child to go to that shrine to be serving until you are able to pay whatever the person who reported you to the voodoo reported you to the voodoo will receive it before that child or something the children become grown up will leave. Other than that, that child will remain in that shrine and servant. And then today, with modern Christianity and everything, NGOs coming and say, oh, the shrines are making people slaves and all this thing. They did not know what happened before this system of Tronkoshi came. The people cannot even explain it. And if you want to justify it, then it is you are evil just because you are not a Christian. The truth about it is that Trokoshi came about this kind of heavy societal punishment for people, and the person who commit crime sometimes run away or certain things happen and they cannot find the person or they have caught the person, but the person need to pay certain kind of fine which they did not pay, and for that reason they had to replace a human being to be serving at the shrine of the god. So this is the way every society used to be. But because of modern day Christianity and NGO, people trying to collect money from Europeans, and they try to denigrate their own culture and society by saying that Trokoshi system is evil and they are making people, what do they call it, the slaves. No, it is because that's the way our society punishes crime.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that was really complex. I'm going to try to repeat back some of what you said to make sure I understood it. So I think you said in the case of a heinous crime, like something that's really, really bad, that the people will summon the voodoo or the voodoo will just appear. That part I didn't understand.
Voodoo will not disappear. Voodoo will kill you. Voodoo is not disappearing and going anywhere. Voodoo will kill you.
No, I mean I think you thought I said disappear. I meant appear. Just the voodoo appear, or the people ask the voodoo to come.
No, voodoo will never appear. People will ask voodoo to work and bring justice. Voodoo cannot appear as a human being. No, voodoo will only work.
Okay.
No voodoo can appear as a human being anywhere. It's not like voodoo cannot get out of it. Voodoo cannot get out of Israel and then and start chasing people. They will appeal to the voodoo. Voodoo will go in spirit and attack the person who has committed the heinous crime. There is a history in every culture called the Toko Atolia, which was the olden days kind of a firing squad or execution place where they bury people who committed heinous crime alive. They will bury you up to your neck, so only your head and eyes will be outside, whereby crows and birds will come and eat your eyes, and you'll be in that until you die. It is also part of every history, and books have been written about it. Toko Atolia. So when you commit a heinous crime in every, your decision is death. And if the person who has committed this crime is trying to hide or the voodoo is not getting in because he also is using voodoo to keep themselves safe, they will send other voodoos after you until they get you. Then your family will start dying off. And when your family start dying off, they will find you and bring you. So for us, voodoo is our everything. we use voodoo for our justice system. It is not individual person. When you don't do anything wrong, voodoo will not kill you. When you do things wrong and they send voodoo after you, voodoo will kill you. So it is not a question of saying that the justice is given out by human beings. If you are clean, voodoo will not do anything.
You said if what? If what?
If you are if you are clean, you have not committed any
Clean.
crime, and then they are clean as in cleansing, clean as in being not dirty. If you have not done anything,
okay, now,
if you have not done anything wrong and you are being accused that you did that, voodoo will go deep into it and find the solution and know that you are innocent. So for that reason, voodoo will not do anything to you. It's not like a jury looking at you because you are black and you have to go to jail. Voodoo is not going to say because you are not from the locality, so it's going to kill you. Voodoo cannot do that. Voodoo will only follow justice. That's how our people in the past had always used that system. And even today, people are still using it. You can see about 2-3 months ago, or is it last year, when Bokor bullet, my associate priest, some people stole money from no, they didn't steal the money from the shrine. They stole the money in a car, and then when they were asked whether they stole the money, they said no. So the owner of the money went to Bokor Bullet's shrine to ask the voodoo to catch the people. And all the people who were involved went there, and they were saying, no, you are thinking that you can use your voodoo to intimidate us. And we didn't take the money. They left his shrine barely before some of them ran back and said, we are sorry, that the voodoo is worrying us. And then he caught them and he gave them to the police. It was even in the BBC and everywhere. That's how we deal with things. Because if you didn't do it...
Okay, now what about if it's an accident?
An accident, you mean accidentally killing somebody?
Yeah, maybe like a car crash or...
no, car crash is an accident, so why should they blame you? It's a car crash. You are driving, somebody also is driving, and then you hit each other's car, or maybe you even knock a child down. So long as you did not run away and you come and make a decision, maybe initially you run away because maybe people will attack you, but then you report yourself that, oh, this is what I was doing, then there will be some cleansing rituals and everything that you have to do to send that departed soul or body into the spirit world, and all the bills will be on your head because you have committed the crime. Of course, we also know what accident is.
So the cleansing rituals, are they ever kind of like what we would call in English, like in the West, rehabilitation?
I don't think so. Cleansing rituals are all spiritual things, not rehabilitation. Or in rehabilitation, you are talking about somebody who is doing bad and they want to put them in somewhere to rehabilitate them, to reteach them how to live in society. But when you make an accident, you're not a bad person. It is an accident. So why should they have to rehabilitate you? What they can only do is probably take your license from you so that you don't drive anymore. So why should you be rehabilitated for causing an accident?
But let's say if the person was driving while drunk, like very much drinking too much, and they drink a lot, and they have a lot of accidents, and then one day they have an accident where they kill someone.
And that one, you have a bad record of being a drunkard, and everybody knows a drunkard is a killer. So they will punish you, but then I don't know whether it will be a rehabilitation or not. But probably in our society, they will just tell you that you cannot stay in this village anymore. They will sack you from the village.
I didn't hear it. Can you say that again?
I said maybe in our case, they will just say that you cannot stay in this village anymore. You cannot be in this community anymore. So get out of the community, go somewhere else.
Okay. Interesting. So exile.
Yes, you'll be exiled. Sometimes even you are a very typical local too. They can exile you. We do that.
Okay, all right. So this just to go back to the initial thing that you were saying. You said koshi, but I couldn't. I was trying to figure out how to spell
Okay,
that.
you go into the internet. You find the word trokosi, Trokosi. That is how it is.
So, okay.
Trokosi,
Mhm.
Trokosi. That is how it is mostly called.
Okay.
But the real pronunciation is Tron, Tron, which means deity or spirit. Tron Koshi. Koshi means servant. So Tron Koshi means servant of the spirit. And people who are doing NGOs and people who do not actually understand Ebe culture has corrupted it by calling it trokosi, trokosi, trokosi. They don't even know what they are saying. And then trokosi become an evil thing. It's called trokoshi, servant of the deity.
Okay. Okay. All right. So to go back to that, the trokoshi is what was that exactly again?
Servant of the deity or a deity, servant of a deity. So when someone commits a crime in your family and they have been charged to pay certain kind of amount of money and they are not paying it, and voodoo get angry and start killing their family members, they will have to use one person from the family, most often a very young, innocent child, to go to the shrine of the voodoo to live there and serve the voodoo so that the voodoo will stop killing the whole family.
All right. Okay. All right. And they choose an innocent child because they maybe because that one is considered um, more spiritually pure and
I,
therefore able
I
to
don't know.
counterbalance the.
I don't know why they choose an innocent person or whoever. It is the family who decide to send who they want to send. But of course, sending an elderly person, an old person, that person may have a lot of problem because he's not used to living in such places and may also probably try to escape, probably. And then another death
Mhm.
will start to come. So maybe.
Okay.
Our justice system is very strict justice system.
And this is only the family. It doesn't extend to. I mean, the voodoo will only come and destroy the family in this case, but not friends that are really close
No.
or community that's really
We
close.
don't know if a shrine say that you have killed somebody or you have done something and they put a charge on you and you are not able to pay. And then the god or the voodoo or the deity in the shrine start killing your family people. Whoever you bring there is your palaba. It's not the palaba of the shrine.
Okay, so there's no prison in traditional Ewe society.
No, I don't think they have a prison as such. Our system is not a prison as such. Definitely, there will be a place they can lock you up for the time until they judge your case, but then there will not be no prison. They will keep you there. You are eating again. No. People don't have that time.
Okay. And is there a specific person, like is it a role of a person who is an administrator of justice, or is it the priest?
The chief of the town and the priests are
Ah,
the rulers of the town, and they are the rulers of the communities. They are the ones whose court you will be brought to.
okay. The chief and the priest and any other rulers of the town. Okay.
The rulers of the town are the people who are the administrators of the town, and they are the ones that will sit down to listen to your case, and they are the ones who will pass judgment.
Okay.
Even in today's Ghana or Ewe land, still chiefs are still adjudication on this on legal local matters and arbitrations and all this. And chiefs are still allowed to discuss it. Sometimes the people go to the traditional Western court. They don't find solution. They are asked to go home to the chief so that the chief can solve the problems.
Okay. Okay. I'll just ask one more question that's related to it. During the slave trade, I've read in books here or there that sometimes people who went into the slave trade were some of the people who were outcast or exiled or had done crimes in certain communities. Is that something you know about?
Yes, that's also very true sometimes because when people, before slave trade, I don't think people are going to keep you down and feeding you for how many years? If they will keep you, then they are just going to lock you up and then justice will take its course, whereby you may be either exiled or you will be killed or executed. But I think when slave trade came, people find opportunity instead of killing you and throwing you away or exiling you without any profit. People became greedy in order that if they sell you out, then at least they make some money. So they capture more people, and people who have done evil, they will now create a prison where they keep you until the buyer comes and they sell you off. That's also true.
Mm, okay. All right. And the Chokoshi, the Chonkoshi child, when they become a certain age, are they able to leave or how does that work? Like, how long do they have to serve
I said it like
the
there is no
at the
time,
shrine?
there is no time limit that you have to be in the shrine. Your parents or the people who have sent you there have to pay the charge that they have been charged. Until they pay the charge, it is not easy for you to get out. There is only one way you can get out if you grow old and you want to work to pay the debt of your people. Then, of course, you can pay your debt and get out.
Ah, interesting.
Papa,
Yes.
Pedro, you said that Tokmituji's mother was one.
Togbe Tuji's mother was a Tronkoshi. Yes, of course. Togbe Tuji's mother was a Tronkoshi. That's why when she gave birth to Togbe Tuji, she brought him back to Abenyinasi to come and live with their uncles. And she went back into the shrine because she didn't want to raise him in the shrine. So she wanted him to come back to the family. This is how his life was. So it was his uncles, the mother's brothers, that had raised him because the mother was still in the shrine as a Tronkoshi.
And I think that you were saying something like, even when she grew older and she had the opportunity to leave, she decided that she would stay in the shrine or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When she brought the son back, which is Togbe Tuji, back to Togbe Tuji back to the family, she went back because she went there when she was very young. So coming to live among these people, she wasn't used to living among them. So she decided to go back to the shrine rather where she is used to serving in the shrine. It's more easier for her than coming to live among normal human beings who are not really with voodoo work. I am making a decision. I'm at Coastal. So that is how Togbetuji. Somebody on Zoom had put their hands up for a very long time. So before we go on to that, let me get this in. There is because Mary said because of the practice, we had very few offenders because they knew the outcome. Yes, that's very true. Because of this kind of practice, people knew the outcome, so they would not usually just go and do bad things because they know the consequences. There's nothing going to tell you they're going to put you in prison and you will eat for 10 years, 20 years, somebody's money, government money. The government will be collecting tax from people. No, our people didn't have that system. So you know the outcome, that when you do something wrong, this is what is going to happen on you. So you will not, you will try as much as possible to live within the rules and regulations of the community in which you are. Then Marilyn went on to say, historically, we had no prison. There was order because folks were afraid of the spirits. That's very true too. Our people didn't have prisons because you know that the judge and everything is the gods. They are the one going to deliver justice. So you know when you do bad thing, the bad thing will befall you. Yeah, you cannot plant a corn and expect groundnut to grow. That is how it is. So our people know, and that's why you will not see many people, because you can make your farm even on the roadside. No one will go inside your farm to go and steal because they know the consequences. But today, because we have English laws and Christianity and religion, and the person is telling lie, but is holding the Bible in the hand and knows that the Bible has no power and the God that they serve has no power. So they use lies to deceive you, and they do all the crimes and heinous things. And when they are caught, they know they are not going. They go and hide somewhere, and somebody look after them. I'm not saying people who or everybody who went to prison is bad. The point I'm trying to stress is that in our community, because of the consequences have been taught to children from childhood, and people have seen certain kind of examples, they don't have pride in saying that I'm going to jail, or I'm just going to go to jail. No, you know the consequences are just more than just going to jail. So you take precautions, you do the right action so that you don't fall short of the law of the community, because you know the outcome. That's why those days we have only few criminals or people who do bad things. Of course, people at that time too were doing bad things, but they also knew that when they do this, they will be punished severely. And it's not only human beings who will punish you, sometimes it's spirits that will punish you. And when the spirits start destroying your family, you will start running around like a chicken without a head. And you yourself, you will know, say, something enter your leg. Okay, so let's, Merlin was also trying to say, when I say as clean as in innocent, yes, when somebody is clean means you are innocent. That's what I was trying to say. The spirit doesn't kill innocent people. When you are innocent, because it's not a human jury court whereby they, even if you are innocent, they look at your black face and say you are wrong. No, spirits will judge very properly, and they will not uh, attack an innocent person. And then we have a Hodou wisdom. Yes, please go ahead and let him speak.
Hello, sir. Okay, my point is that.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can hear you. Okay, yeah. My point is that I want to contribute to the Tokoshi's something, and if I would say that it's like just want to find out because I was born into a family knowing that my grandmother was serving in the Trokosi kind of system. Okay, but then at the point she died, and then people who can give us more understanding and the history behind her being in there were no more to us. So I want to ask Daddy that right now, for whatsoever reason that my grandma was put in there, or I witnessed my grandma being there, is there any other curses that maybe because she didn't finish it before she died? So I want to ask Daddy that would there be any curse on the like me, the generation coming, because we have no much understanding about it, and then for me, I know like I just realized that she was in the serving at the shrine, but in the process she died. So for her dying, not completing her tenure, would there be any curse on us, the young ones coming?
Yeah, wisdom. You see, the problem is that everybody dies and nobody is here to live forever. And the voodoo or the throne where she was serving as a tronco, she also know that human beings die. If you buy a goat and you bring it home and the goat became sick and died, are you going to go back to the seller of the goat that the goat died, so give me new one? No, the goat died in your house and you have seen the process through which it died. So when a person is serving inside a shrine, a Tronkoshi shrine, and die its natural death during its service to the throne, I don't think there is any consequences or any backlash on you, the families. She was playing her part and she died at their service. So I don't think there is anything that is going to come back to you, the children. What you people may try to learn or try to know or find out is that what was the reason why she was sent to that shrine? There must be a reason why she was sent to that shrine. And you can also go back to the shrine and make that investigation. There's nothing going to happen to you. We live in modern times and nobody is going to seize you or anything. But probably they will be able to tell you the reason why your grandmother. So was she a Tronkoshi before your fathers were born, or they were born, or your mothers were born before she became a Tronkoshi? That's another thing. But supposing she was already serving at the shrine as a Tronkoshi from her childhood, and she gave birth to you people and your fathers or your mothers, and you people are outside, you are not in the shrine, then you don't have any problem at all. Because she was not in the shrine, and you people were not kept in the shrine, or your mothers or your fathers weren't kept in the shrine. But she went back and she was still serving and died there. Unless, of course, she has given birth to everybody finished before she became a tronkoshi, then that's a different thing. You must find the kind of tronkoshi and the reason why she became a tronkoshi. And that should bring some closure to your misunderstanding of what tronkoshi is. So if there's anything, you can go ahead and speak, please.
Okay. Okay, actually, if maybe people who will assist you, okay, people who will let you know that deep root of those things are not there. Like you may mention that you can go in and find out for yourself. Like, would it be necessary that there should be an elderly person who know much about it to lead you in finding out what was the reason why your grandma was serving, and then if everything is clear for the family or something of a sort like that. Or you can just stand up and just go. Because my case is from Delhi, Tensional. That's where my grandma was, serving at. Yeah, and my dad is no more, so nobody is there to give us that deep history and what causes. So I didn't even know if my dad was born before my grandma was serving them, or she gave birth to my dad before going back. I don't know how the story, but I knew very well she was serving a truck or she
Open the mic for me. Okay, so Wisdom, you are the one who wanted to know. And it is your duty, if you want to know, to find out, it is your duty to find somebody who can escort you, somebody, maybe elderly person, or whoever you think can escort you, and you go to the priest The priest, probably the people who were there before your grandmother came, might also have passed on. But surely there will be a history about her coming into the shrine, and they will be able to tell you what she was there to. And since she died in that shrine, there is there should be definitely her history, how she came to the shrine, how old she was, and the activities that had taken place. And there might be some other people who are also at the shrine who may have heard some story about her, and the new priest or whoever is in charge should be able to have some idea. So if you are trying to find out, then it is you who will find someone who will take you in there. And you people, you seek the consult of the priest, the current priest. And if there is any confusion, and if the shrine is a real shrine, the voodoo that had been there should be able to communicate with the people in charge and tell you people what was the cause of your grandmother coming to the shrine. This shouldn't be something difficult at all. That is how the Aves had been from generation to generation. We had always had contact with the spirit world, and we always get results and answers to things that baffle our minds.
Okay, Daddy, before I leave you with the last one, I've been trying so hard to, when I'm there, like for some, like when I'm there, I do it once a while, pray, pray by pouring libation, like sometimes I use water, sometimes I use drink. I asked an old person from my village, and she said that I can use Sprite and or water. And I want to ask you that I don't have any deity or any throne name to mention when I'm doing this, but then what I do is that I do mention the ancestors that I knew. And like my dad, my grandma, those ancestors who, play vital roles one way or the other. Like I just do them randomly. I want to ask that is that one effective or because I do have an experience that people do call a deity name, a shrine name, a throne name, like a throne, like pouring the Bokor or those things and stuff like that. I want to ask, is the one I'm doing effective or I need to, get get my roots, like where I'm from, the shrine there, the names and the deities involved in order to make my libation effective, or it's just normal like how I'm doing it. Thank you.
Okay, wisdom. It's a very good question you asked. You see, one thing I had been teaching, and I will still also let you know, is that you only call spirits and deities that you are connected to, either through family relationship or through your own direct association with that deity or voodoo. But with your ancestors, your father, your grandmother, and their generation, you are automatically connected to them through your bloodline for their DNA running in you or their blood lineage that you share. So when you pray to them, they should hear you. But more so, if you want to find out from them what you should be doing before things should go the way you want things to go, then you must do a reading by asking them to teach you. But then you must go to somebody who is a professional diviner so that the person can now do a reading to help you to understand what to do. But as at now, since you are not you don't have any link to Nogopo that you know or to any other deity that you are aware of, you don't need to use the names of deities that you don't know. Unless, of course, you know the name of certain deities that are related to your family, then you can pour libation. But I will advise that just pour libation to your ancestors, those that are with you, those that you know, those that are part of your life. so that we pour libation to them, and it is okay. It is true that if they wanted to let you get in touch with some other thing, it is that libation pouring that slowly, slowly will grow into bringing you in contact with other things that probably they had uh, lived with, or they had worked with, or spirits that had been part of the family. But for now, keep the ancestral libation pouring as much as possible. And from time to time, use also alcohol, not just a Sprite and water. Use alcohol also to pour to them, because I believe strongly when some of them were alive, they had drunk alcohol. So give them alcohol as well, and things will start to take shape for you. Don't be afraid and don't be worried. Everything in voodoo or in our tradition is patient. Slowly, 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 you'll get there. And if you need to do a reading to find out more about your grandmother, about your family, your lineage, and everything, you can do readings, and the voodoos will teach you. And then, if there is any voodoo in your family that you are not aware of, the reading will be able to link you to that voodoo, and you can now be using their names as well as your ancestors to pour libation, and changes will happen.
Oh, please, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Danny, I may mention that
Since
I
Senna,
wanted
hold on.
this
Somebody
was
is
the
talking
last
first.
submission, but let me find out something really quick, because when I'm doing it, like maybe I asked that that it's about the libation, and when I'm doing it, I do sometimes say that like the trumpet bill from the Bokor, and then like just the names like that, like just a random name, like I guess if I know that, yeah, like I've stayed in Howard before and I know the shrine, what to worship in Howard, I do mention their name, like, just a broad entitlement to it, like that, like the trunk from them, the trunk from Ogo, the trunk from Howard. I am doing this in honoring and all of that, I want to ask just really
This,
quick on that. Is
okay.
it, is it, is it something contradicting, or like,
Wisdom, you say you had stayed in Hokwe before, and I think your family name is very familiar to me. Hodo is very familiar to me. My very good friend is Kokuga, Hodo, and all these things. I don't know whether you have any uh, relationship with Kokuga, but whatever it is, well, you can't say a trance from here, a trance from there, a trance from there should come and take a drink. You see, you need to mention the name of the throne. Like in Hokwe, we have Daini. And then, of course, we have Togbe Gbereminago. Those are the common thrones. The other ones will be Togbe Zipis, or the ancestral stools of each clan. Unless, of course, if you have gotten any close relationship with any of the ancestral clans of Bokor, then you may mention the name of that particular ancestral clan, stool to pray. But generally, by just saying a Togbio from Bokor, a Togbio from them, it is not very powerful. So it is good to call the ones you can know that you have a direct relationship with, and then that makes it this is, and then after your libation, you can say nyanyao kule manyama nyao, the known and the unknown. It is not. It is just a glory. People think that when you say Nogoko, you this is. If no voodoo in Nogoko knows you are calling nothing. If you call Nogoko, and if there's no voodoo in Nogoko that you are related to, you are just doing nothing. You should call these things that are connected to you so that they can work for you.
Daddy, I really, really appreciate. Thank you so much. I'll be visiting one of these. I really appreciate. Thank you for your deep knowledge and insight. I really appreciate. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
All
Thank
right, all
you.
right.
Yeah, Senna, go ahead with your question now.
Yes, so my question is related to the situation of the gentleman here that is trying to mention
just in
certain
case.
deities or spirits connected to him or certain lands and not aware. But for example, since his mother served in the shrine as a trokoshi, is it appropriate for him to mention the deities of that shrine?
Yes, it is
Or
also possible
it is
that
not?
he can mention the deity of that shrine because at least the grandmother was connected to that deity. It's okay, appropriate to mention that deity, but that's why I was asking him to find out what was the reason why the grandmother was sent to that shrine as a tronkoshi, and also whether the grandmother was in that shrine before giving birth to the father. If these answers are answered, then it makes it easy for him to be able to use that name of that shrine, the god at the shrine where the grandmother served as a tronkoshi. But even then, if there is no yes answer there, since the grandmother was kind of connected to that throne, she can call it upon the grandmother's power that I am the grandchild of this your servant. So please be here and help me. So that connection can be there because he is now talking on the authority of the grandmother having relationship with that voodoo. So it is okay. He can use the grandmother's where she said that particular throne or that deity as this thing because the grandmother had been one at one time was a servant of that deity. So that deity knows the grandmother. So calling the grandmother's name to the deity that I am the grandchild of this particular person and I am praying to you on the authority that my grandmother had served you at one time. So the way you protected her, the way you took care of her, please protect me and my family too. That's fine.
Okay. So because her grandmother served, that's why her generation and her bloodline can call upon that deities to intercede.
Yes, like in the case of Togbe Tuji, whose mother was in the shrine of Togbe Ajemu. That is the deity that the mother, the Togbe Tuji's mother was Tronkoshi to or servant to. It's Togbe Ajemu.
What's the name of the deity?
Togbe Ajemu.
Jemu.
Yeah, it's
Togbe Ajemu.
and then I think there's another one called. Okay, when I remember, I'll let you know. There were some deities in the shrine. Togbe Ajemu was one, and it is one of the fearful deities in Agave area, in Volta region. So this Togbe Ajemu, Togbe Tuji uses it a lot to pray to. Then because the mother was a servant there, and he was born there. So when he prayed, that is the first voodoo that he knew before even coming to his uncles, before coming to see Ahogbato and all these things. So he prays to that voodoo because he knew. So if wisdom will also call that voodoo that the grandmother served at and mention the name and mention the name of grandmother, that could be a link. And the grandmother's spirit now can now try to invoke the spirit, the power of that spirit to help him.
Very interesting. Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. Yes, I think Wisdom is still asking some questions, so let's go back to him. Okay, maybe he wasn't.
Okay, Daddy.
Yes.
I want to know
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I've been doing some childish check, like the reading of the Afan. I have a friend, and then I realized he uses Azizan, but I don't go there in person, and then, or just on the phone, and then he does the thing. Um, he does the thing. I do listen to how it goes and stuff like that, and the explanation is well, I'll just be on the phone, and then he do the consultation and all of that, and I listen to everything. And then at the end of the day, he does his own explanation. But when he's talking, like, you understand what the deity is saying, and how to ask, is that proper?
You see, a lot of these people who say they have Ade and they have Aziza, a lot of them are scammers. Let me tell you honestly. That's what I was talking earlier. When they say something is making a quang, 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 and nobody can understand, only the priest will be telling you this is what it's saying. From my observation and my life lessons, things that I have experimented and things that I have gone through, most of these things are scammers within our tradition. Of course, they know certain things that they can do to get you out of this problem, but calling of that Aziza, that is not necessary. But they just wanted to tell you that they have power. That's why I said earlier that when you go to a shrine, somebody want to begin to demonstrate power to you by showing you that they have power, either by something, the wall talking, or something started shaking, or some trees have started shaking, then you should know that those people are all fake priests. A real traditional priest, when you go to them, they are the most simplest. They don't show any form of power. They will pray to you, for you and do everything. But whatever they do or whatever reading they do, you yourself, you will know that what these people are saying, I've never told them, and they know so much about me. And then the situation at hand, the oracle should be able to tell you the situation in which you are, so that you can, and also give you a way to get out of it. It is not a question of to hear some spirit speaking in the wall or speaking in the corner that makes a great spiritualist. Those things are all tricks. They may have a real thing to do, but they are using that as the upfront to just to attract people to say they have power. So, Azizame, I don't know, Aziza is talking anywhere. I've gone to places where they say Aziza or Guduafs are talking. At the end of the day, when we study, we saw that they were liars. We realized that we realized that they were liars.
Actually, when I put it, I said, "Hey, this one is powerful. This one is powerful." Actually, it's true. It's true. That is very true.
You are welcome. Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else anywhere? I think we are done with most of the things, and so much questions on. Put it on black so that it makes it more easier for reading. Yeah. Okay, we have from here we have uh, uh, Benny Musani say for the first time those two cowries look like two eyes as Bokor explained them again. Yes, thanks at Caspi 34 throwing question again. Yes, they look like eyes, they can see. That's a sign that our seeing ability, we can see. And then we have Whitney Williams say, Papa, please, can you talk about Aida Vedo? Whitney Williams, see this Benin Dahome Vodus that they call Aida Wedo, something something Wedo. I don't know them, and I'm not associated with them, so I don't really know what is Wedo, whether it's Vedu or Wedo, or I don't know. And then when you say Aida, I don't know, because these are four languages, and I am not very good in four language. So I know people came to my shrine and say they have this Wedo, that Wedo, that Wedo. I don't know about Wedos. we know about voodoo in Ave, and that's what I work. So if you explain what this Aida Vedo is, then maybe if I have idea, I can translate it into Ave and be able to give you an answer. And then Whitney Williams is saying, Papa, what is the role of women within voodoo? The role of women in voodoo, within voodoo is just the same like the role of men. We have women who are called Vedusi, who are priestesses of voodoo, and then men are called Huno, who are priests of voodoo. So there is nothing like a special role for women or a special role for men in voodoo, as compared to Christianity and the modern society of Western medicine, where people want women to be very equal to men in everything. Uh, we don't have that. What we part that women can play, they play. There are some shrines. I was saying that when I was growing up, all the priests voodoo priestesses I knew were all women. I've never even known that men were also doing a tron. We all know a troncy. They were all women. And there was no man. I didn't grow up knowing that men could also do the work of voodoo. It was always women. And then when I started growing up and I started going around, before I realized that men also can become voodoosi or huno and bokor and all this. So the role of women in voodoo is the same like the role of men in voodoo. If a woman owns her shrine, it is men who will be her servants. A woman cannot own her shrine of her voodoo and then she will become servant to men. No, she will be the head of the shrine, and men will help her and serve her to do her spiritual work. So there is nothing like a role of women or role of men in voodoo. Everybody has equal role. It is up to you if you yourself you can develop yourself and set up your own spirit whereby your spirit can communicate and work with you. Why not? There's nothing like it's not a religion where they have to have a role of priests and listen. There are 1,000,001 spirits out there. Some do not even know anybody. Nobody even knows them, and they don't have a priest or priestess. So if those kind of spirits come to you, who is going to tell you that you cannot be their priestess or priest? So there's no role like what is the role of women or what's the role of men in voodoo. Voodoo it's not a religion, so there's no role for anybody. What you can do to develop yourself is your role.
Woohoo! I like that.
It's only a religion where they have roles of people. Yeah, say women has to be at the back end, men should be in the front. It's a religion who does that because most religions are formed by machismo men and masculine men who want to control society. That's why even until today, all the high priests of every religion are men. And then they decide where to put women. In Vodou, there are women who are also high priestesses, and there are men also who are high priests. It depends on how you handle your Vodou and you reach the top. It's up to you. How you can develop yourself and use it to help yourself and help humanity. That's what matters. It is not a religion where people need to be worshipped. Yeah, you respect your teacher, whoever teaches you or your guide, you pay homage and respect. But then it is not a religion. Voodoo is not a religion whereby one man becomes a very top in everything. That's why in Voodoo we don't have a pope, we don't have a high priest. Your high priest will belong to the shrine. My shrine, I am the high priest in my shrine. When I move to another person's shrine, is the person who owns that shrine is the high priest. And when I want to learn from him, I have to pay respect to him. And so if another priest come from another shrine wants to learn from me, they pay respect to me because I'm in my shrine. And maybe the gods that I have here, the deities I have here, are different from the ones he have there. It's not like we have just Jesus Christ at the end and everybody must decide who is going to heaven or who is going to hell. It's not like that. Voodoo is a way of life, and each and every person has their own way of living it. Honesty, straightforwardness is what brings you to pure spirituality. That's all. And then we have a Wise Survivor Flex. Hello, Papa. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Wise. And then I joined very late today. Yes, Wise, you did join late. What's the topic today? We don't have any topic. We are discussing everything. And we spoke about so many things. So when you go back and listen to the video, you will see we spoke about many things. So there's no topic. This program doesn't have topic. When people bring questions, and then we try to answer them. So that's why I don't go reading any book to prepare. I sit here, whatever question you send to me, if I know it, I'll talk about it. If I don't know it, I'll tell you I don't know it. So we have Lustig here. Papa, can you share with us today some of the things that spirits like most as gift? Like when it comes to the drinks that we offer them, which one do they like most? I'm asking this because I like to spoil those. I like to give people what they need most. Okay, let's take. You see, there is no spirit to say that this spirit likes this drink or like this thing most. The spirit that is with you, it is you who would study it. Like we are saying that voodoo is not a religion. The spirit that is with you, or the spirit that you are working with, the spirit that you are partnering with, or the spirit that you are in partnership with, is the one who will tell you what he or she likes. So it is not like spirits like this most or like that most. My spirits at my shrine, they like gin. That's why I give them gin. And then sometimes I give them whiskey. I give them vodka. But then most of the time I use gin from the very beginning when I started doing the spiritual work with them. It is gin that I was introduced to pray because my teacher used gin. But then there's possibility that you may live in another part of the world where gin is not what people drink there. So whatever is drunk or very common to you, you can easily grab your hands on. It's what you use. If you live in Caribbeans and rum and all these things are common, that's what you use. Because sometimes I give rum to my kids. So it is not like the spirit like this most and you want to spoil with them. Find your spirit, what your spirit likes, and then you can now introduce yourself to your spirit or introduce that to your spirit. So you are the one who will find what your spirit like. What your spirit may like may not be the same thing that my spirit will like. So you have to find out what your spirit like most and you give. And then we have Eden Malwe saying beautiful topic. Thank you very much. And then Malin Indua is saying Trokosi. Yes, that is it. Troncosi, it is being very adulterated by what do you call them? NGOs. And then the word Troncosi means evil, all kind of things. People do not understand our culture and they try to talk about it. And then Malay Indu, say, I agree a lot of thieves and other people who committed multiple atrocities were sold into slave trade. Yes, of course, because if they are in society, they will disturb people. So that is why the chiefs and the arbitrators, instead of killing them or this, they would rather exile them and be free. So that's what had happened. That's why sometimes I say it is not everybody who is in the diaspora were born from the kings and royals. Because every day people say we were kings and royals in our country, we were kings and royals in our country. It is not very true. It's very sad, but that is the naked truth. It's not everybody who was from a royal family. Even right here today in Ghana or in Eveland, it is not everybody is a royal. There are certain people who are royals, and there are also people who live just ordinary citizens. So you can't say that everybody who left Africa, whether in slave trade or by traveling, is a royal. No, 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 no. Let's be realistic and face reality. If we want to progress as people, we must accept the fact that not everybody in Africa was a royal. Yeah, so Ras one, greetings Bokor. Can you speak on Aziza Are they bad, good? Are there special what priests that work with them? Medase. I was just speaking about Aziza. Yes, Aziza exists. That's why they have a name. Aziza means dwarf in our language. And then, of course, some people say the Aziza that cannot talk very well in language is called Age. And they only whistle. So from my personal experiences, yes, I have met an Aziza on my own, not through any priest, not through any medicine. And I was a very young child, around 7 years old, when I met Aziza in the forest. I went to toilet and I met Aziza in my grandfather's cocoa farm area. I didn't know what it was, and I only saw it. But then the time it was passing me by, I was just watching. Nothing happened to me. But it was after it left me, then I tried to chase it to find out what it was, and I couldn't find it. I was a child. There's not anybody telling me any story about any Aziza or anything, and I was alone at that time when I saw it. They did not take me away. They didn't disappear me. Eh? And they did not disappear me, whereby I'll come and tell lie that I went and stayed with Aziza for 17 years before coming. All those kind of lies people create. And people say they went underwater and live inside the Mami water for 7 years before they came out. You human being can live inside water for 1 minute. You are not dead. See, stories created by people just to make you think that they are very powerful. Those things don't mean anything. So Aziza exists, and there are still Aziza. But the kind of Aziza that people are presenting to the world are more of a scam and fake things that people are showing to people. You don't need to be a very special priest to work with Aziza. If you know the Aziza, and a proper Aziza has been introduced to you, a real Aziza has been introduced to you, anyone can work with them. Yeah, if the real Aziza has been introduced to you, anyone, but not the kind of Aziza that you go into people's room and it's shouting around the wall and they call it Aziza. Those are scam. Not any Aziza like that. Aziza, talk to your head, talk to your mind. It's not going to be shouting in the corner of the room and making wah, 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 wah. It's all lie. Then the priest will be telling you, oh, he said this, he said that, he said this. He said, oh, Kofi, you said this, Kofi said that, all those kind of things are jokes. They're talking about real spirituality. Don't put yourself inside that. But if you choose to see miracles, you can fall into it and they will buy you very easily. Yeah. Okay, so I think we are done for today. Is there any question coming from what do you call it? Is there any question coming from Zoom? Oh no, Zoom. I don't think anybody's hands are up. Nobody. Malene is watching us, and Hodo is there. Senai is there. So we have 3 people on Zoom, but I think we don't have any question coming from anyone. So I will just close this section today, and then God willing, next Sunday I'll be with you again. So prepare your questions, whatever is bothering your mind, whatever you are not understanding about African traditional spirituality. We, the Avis, we call it voodoo, and other parts of Africa, every culture, every ethnic group has their names for it. And but then at the end of the day, it is spirit. So spirit is what we are calling voodoo, and that's why it seems as if voodoo is something different from other people. The accounts are calling it Akom. So anybody who follow Akom is called Akomfuo, because you are following Akom, so you become Akomfuo, the person who follows Akom. And then if you go to South Africa, you have their own district. You go to Central Africa Republic, they have their own. You just go to any part, the Yorubas are calling it Awu. Now spirit. That's why they call something Baba Alawo. Somebody in the Baba Alawo become Baba Lawo, Baba Lawo, Baba Lawo. Say Baba Alawo, the person who is the father of spirit. And then that one came to be adulterated and everybody became Baba Lawo, Baba Lawo, Baba Lawo. Because the spirit is called out. So and then those who are dealing with Orisha, they call those who are dealing with Orisha Abolorisha, somebody who is dealing with Orisha, which also means spirit. So whatever it is, I thank you all for being with us until this time, and I think we are already deep into the evening. What's the time now? 7. So we have crossed the boundary. We are 7:15 there, which is good that we all stood put and we were able to ask questions. Very interesting question. Today's section was very, very interesting, I would say, and I'm very happy that you all had been here. I'm thanking you all very much, and Senna, thank you for being able to moderate from your end until this time. May God continue blessing you all, and the ancestors continue guiding you. We are in the first month of May, the 5th May of the year. May your good minds and your thoughts and desires be manifested on the physical plane for you. May your ancestors continue blessing and guiding you to the light. So I am